to Brinkett. Shot! Score! There it is! History in Detroit. 1375 for Patrick Kane.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
Jordan Stahl has put Carolina up 5-4. And here comes the bonanza.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
Had possession, just fired it right off. Drexler. Here's McDavid.
What time to score? The Oilers come all the way back from 3 to down to the third. And win 4-3.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
Good morning. It is Friday, January the 30th. Welcome into the Kevin Karius Show. Patrick Kane making history last night across the world of hockey. The playoff bracket is set at the Scotties Tournament of Hearts in Mississauga, and the Edmonton Oilers, for the first time in the 2025-26 season, have won 3 games in a row. Thank you very much for tuning into the program this morning. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin as he enjoys the first of a handful of days away, a very well-deserved tropical vacation with his better half, jetting off down to Mexico later this morning. Wishing Kevin and Laura safe travels and, sip a few tasty, cold, fruity drinks for me while you are poolside, beachside. KK, thank you very much for tuning in. However you are listening this morning, of course, you can do so on the AM radio dial, the old-fashioned traditional way. You can stream us, video format, YouTube, X, Facebook, even Twitch or on Instagram. And if you're sticking to the audio, iHeartRadio, TuneIn app, radio player, even our own website, sports1440.ca are your best options. If you do miss any portion of the show this morning, you can always catch up. Podcasts wherever you normally get them, Apple, Spotify, Google, Amazon. Go ahead and select the auto download feature. They'll always be waiting for you in there. And drop us a subscription at any one of those previous mentioned formats, YouTube, and of course our podcast locations in particular. You never have to miss a second of the show. Yeah, the Oilers, they overcome some pretty daunting odds, giving up 2 goals in the first 95 seconds of the game. They trailed 3-0 just over halfway through the first period. And then over the next 30-odd minutes or so, it was looking pretty ho-hum, and they would be hard-pressed to scrape out a semblance of redeemable performance against the San Jose Sharks last night from Rogers Place. But as the Oilers so often do, they find a way. Their switch flickers, and they switched the flick just in the nick of time, scoring 3 goals in the third period. And then Zach Hyman with the winner in overtime to now have a piece of first place in the Pacific Division. We will break that game down over the course of the entire morning. Lots of other stuff to get to. A busy night in the NHL. Mentioned the Scotties Tournament of Hearts. We've got local sports happening in and around the city all weekend. And it's crazy to say, but we're less than a week away from the Olympic Games getting underway in Italy. Let's start by saying good morning and welcoming in our co-host on a Friday, Eddie Steele, Grey Cup champion, longtime double-ear legend, all-decade team in the CFL. Eddie, good morning. Thank you for being here. Glad you could spare us a few hours of your time. Always
Duke,
good to chat with you.
Duke, we're family now.
All right.
At this point, come on, man. We've been at this darn near 3 years.
That's crazy.
We're pushing 2.5 plus. You mentioned in your intro there, KK. He's away, as we know.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to take a quick shot at him. Just
Right,
I got to.
Josh, start marking them down here. We're already getting underway.
You say well-deserved for KK. No. It's well-deserved for Laura getting away. This vacation is for her.
Very good point.
And she needs it more than anybody because she got to live with the fella.
It's can you imagine, like, Kevin, come on in. Dinner's ready. No, babe, I'm not done planting my 400 tomato plants just yet. I'll be in a few moments. Don't worry.
Just in the garage doing some woodworking.
Yeah, and then she prepares a lovely spread for him at whatever meal, whatever time of the year. He comes and be like, "Oh, this isn't as good as my soup. It's the best in the world."
How'd you prepare this? Did you add this?
Yeah. Oh, next time just put a sprinkle of this in. Go grab it off the plant in the garden out back.
I'll go get you one.
Yeah, exactly. All jokes aside, listen. Kev works very hard, grinding. Mm-hmm. We're not swinging hammers in here, as he loves to say, but everybody needs a little bit of a reset, a recharge. And at this point in the hockey schedule, 3 games left for the Oilers before they will take a break for the Olympics. Several Oilers are going to be heading to Italy, of course. But Eddie, the game last night, it couldn't really have started much worse for the Oilers. But as we talk about time and time again, it's almost impossible to count them out of a game, even when they look as bad as they did for the vast majority of the first period. It's kind of crazy at times to really wrap your head around.
It really is. In the stardom that they have, and when they go up a man, when it's a 6-on-5 or a power play 5-on-4, they are so dangerous. And of course, their power play wasn't clicking yesterday, but in those 6-on-5 moments, man, it's almost a foregone conclusion. You can feel when they're about to pour one on. Hey, Duke?
It seems inevitable, and it seems like a wave that's kind of building, and then it comes crashing down in the final couple minutes. They scored 2 goals with the goaltender out last night, and then, of course, the OT winner, which we can get to in due time. But, you got to give the team credit, but it doesn't mean that they are exempt from criticism for how they start these games as well, because I was over doing KK's hit with the boys at K97 and kind of discussing. They're like, oh, what game was it again where they also let in 3 goals in the first however many minutes? Was it the Pittsburgh game? Was it this, that? Take your pick, because that seems to be one of the MOs of this team, is starting slow out of the gate. And I don't know if it's a lack of preparation, if it's a lack of focus. Is it underestimation of your opponent or what? I really don't know. This would be an interesting thing to ask a couple of our guests this morning that are actually down in the room on a day-to-day basis and see where they weigh in on it. But I just struggle to comprehend how a team with this much talent and that can look as good as we know they have this season alone can come out and just look so disinterested for most of 20 minutes to open a hockey game on a Thursday night.
And what's interesting about the point of starting on time is this isn't a this season issue only. You can go back for years, in the past 2-3 years since we've been at this, Duke. We've talked about this many a time, where they just don't show up and start on time and put themselves in that hole. And it's a dangerous game now to be a switch flicker, as we like to call them.
Yeah.
It's a very dangerous game, and just keeping it real, that's not a sustainable game. You can't go into a playoff game and be down 3-0, hope to turn it on. It doesn't work like that.
And then the counter would be like, what do you mean it doesn't work like that? We've seen the Oilers do it. Done it against the Kings, done it against the Stars. We've seen them come back in these games. But to rely on that recipe is essentially just inviting misfortune into your own household.
And the issue with that, too, is the counter is, sure, you can do it. And they have proven, absolutely, Eddie, they have proven to come back, score goals, and win in wild ways. Dramatic ways. But you know how much energy that takes, too? You can't do that night in, night out. The mental and physical energy it takes to come back, the emotional energy it takes to come back in those games, you're going to be exhausted, man.
Yeah. Our text line, all morning long, 1-833-401-1440. You can get in on the conversation with myself. Eddie will introduce the rest of the panel behind the board in a moment here. 1-833-401-1440. One more time is that number. Give us your thoughts on the hockey game. Takeaways. What did you like? What did you not? Standout performances. Is there someone you're still left wanting a little bit more from as the team approaches the Olympic break? 3 games remain, Eddie. They'll take on Minnesota Saturday night, a team that has already beat them twice this year and kind of stymied them at times offensively, including a shutout performance going back to the last fall. And then a back-to-back with Toronto and Calgary. This is going to be a little bit of a grind, right? It's tough to feel sorry for pro athletes, but you've been there. You know what it's like when you hit these quote-unquote dog days of a season. And with the exception of guys like McDavid and Draisaitl and I guess Josh Szymanski, you're talking about a majority of a roster that is about to get essentially a couple weeks off to recharge the batteries, probably take a vacation, spend time with the family, and just reset here for what is expected to be a mad dash to the finish line, because here we are at the end of January, and it's the same kind of conversation we were having at the end of October, where the standings in both conferences are so jam-packed. There's only a couple teams you can really count out of it, and there's only a couple teams you can really firmly and solidly say, oh yeah, they're no doubters. They could stink the rest of the way and they'll still find a way to get into the playoff picture. Everybody else exists in this very mushy middle right now, and I still think that the Oilers can be counted among them. Confident they'll make the playoffs, but it's still no foregone conclusion right now.
The numbers say that they're right amongst the mushy middle.
100%, right? Couple quick text messages, including one from the Schwackhammer, which leads me to my next point. He just texts in a couple words and an emoji. Smoking gun, Robert Cray, with the little musical note. That, of course, reminds us that it's Playlist Friday, Feel Good Friday, trying to keep things a little positive here heading into the weekend. If you got a song that you want to hear for one of our break intros, a walk-up song, an intro song, just a little positive spin on it, get you fired up, you can text it into us at that same line, and our collection of producers back there will do their best to get it on and send you into the weekend on a positive note. Let's say good morning to the man on the ones and twos, Donovan Paulson, jamming the main buttons. He's got some assistance from Mackenzie the intern, Big Mike, Country Mac,
Daddy,
Mac the intern, all back there. Crew, Josh Fenwick, of course, on the digital side of things as well. How are we all doing this morning, crew?
Well, I am.
Are you tired, Donovan?
I'm a little gassed. I can't lie. It's always a wonderful time to wake up to be here with you fellas. It's always you, Eddie, that I'm always here
Donnie
with. Kevin has this
you're
wonderful,
my boy, Donnie.
This wonderful talent of taking every single Friday off that is humanly possible. So it's fun. I'm excited to be here again, fellas, with you guys. But man, am I a little gassed.
So, Donnie, you're obviously in here pretty late last night, wrapping up post-game coverage with Andrew Walker. Landon Ferraro, I'm not sure if he was on post-game with that. Right hand up. As soon as the game was over, I essentially clicked the TV off. I was watching the Ducks and Canucks game on my side screen too. Turned that off after that second period concluded, and I was like, I'm hitting the hay. I've had enough. Too much drama for me for one night. Didn't miss much in the conclusion of the Vancouver-Anaheim game, mind you. But so we're getting lots of texts already flooding in this morning, Donovan. But you were in here when it was fresh, right after the conclusion of the hockey game. If you just had to, in a few words or a few phrases, generalize and gauge the feeling of Oilers Nation right now, where do you think it's at? Because, as we said to open things up, about as bad of a start as you can have, an ugly first 20 minutes, and then the final 10 minutes of the game, this looks like a team that can and has skated, played, beat almost anybody across the NHL.
Well, it went from let's fire the coaching staff, let's get them all out of here, to sunshine and rainbows. That's exactly what the text line would suggest from mid-game to the end of the game. It was kind of hilarious. The duality of man, I guess you would say, based on everybody's reactions to that game. But for the Oilers, like, that was their classic performance, right? There's only a couple teams in the league that can get away with playing 20 minutes, and the Oilers are one of those teams. So I am not surprised in the slightest. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it against an immature San Jose Sharks team, and that's exactly what that Sharks team is. Immature.
Fun to watch.
Yes, blast.
We'll talk about the Sharks kind of as we continue to break this game down, but Eddie, seeing Macklin Celebrini for the first time this season, he's clearly taken a big step forward. He was really good as a rookie, but this year, top 5 in league scoring, essentially wire to wire so far this year. He makes Team Canada for the upcoming Olympics. He's ascended into that next tier of player at the NHL. Now, factors in on the first goal of the game with an assist.
Drew a penalty.
That was really funny. I definitely want to elaborate on that a little bit with you. But broad strokes, what did you make of his game on aggregate last night?
I thought he played pretty well overall, and I keyed on him quite a bit, Duke.
Mm-hmm.
And he does a lot of little things really well in terms of body positioning when he's fighting for the pucks and stuff. Faster than I anticipated. I knew he could fly watching. He was at Four Nations last year, right?
No,
He was.
he would have played at the World Championships.
That's
last year
right.
for
That's what
Canada.
yeah. World Championships. I knew he could fly because I heard some guys talk about him playing with him over there.
Mhm.
But man, being able to see him, he can get up and down the ice. But it was the little things. He's grittier than I thought.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the big commendation on him compared to, say, his counterpart, a guy that he's going to be tied to a lot moving forward in his career, the year's previous first overall pick, Connor Bedard. Bedard, a little bit smaller, a little bit more known for the offensive upside. Now, Celebrini's bringing all the offense you could dream of, but they say at this stage, the 200-foot player Celebrini is drawing some eerily similar comparisons to, Sidney Crosby. And even when you look back at Crosby's first couple of years, he wasn't winning any Selke trophies. Far from it, as a matter of fact. But he dedicated himself to building that side of his game, from the faceoffs to the defensive consciousness to being difficult to play against. And already in year 2, Macklin Celebrini is kind of at that level. And we're going to get an up-close personal view of it. I can't remember. I think it was Craig McTavish on the panel in the one intermission last night said, like, Nate McKinnon and Connor McDavid are going to be duking it out in the parking lot to decide who gets Macklin Celebrini to play on their wing coming up in the next few weeks in Italy.
I guess one of the biggest things, too, that's really interesting about his game for a teenager is the willingness to be physical. I said the word gritty, but it's just that willingness to engage defensively, go to tougher areas offensively, and he'll do it all. Yet at the same time, superstar hands, superstar speed. So it's a unique combination, man. And he's a teenager.
It was staggering. It really, really is when you look at how well he's playing at such a young age against the world's very best. We've got a loaded program, as we usually do on a Friday. Right after the break, Derek Van Diest from NHL.com getting up nice and early for us. I don't like making these calls to our friends here in town when the Oilers are playing at home, but always gracious with his time. DVD will guest with us to continue talking Oilers and Sharks from last night. 8 o'clock, Mark Spector in his usual slot. We'll talk Oilers, maybe look ahead to Saturday's game against Minnesota, see what Spec thinks there. And then at 8:20, real special guest. Shout out to KK right before clocking out officially for his holiday. He lines up Kelsey Mitchell, Olympic gold medalist from 2020 in cycling, and now she's going to be heading to Italy right now for this year's Olympics, winter and summer Olympian, to compete in the bobsled. Oh, and by the way, she also played varsity soccer for both Nate and the University of Alberta back in her college days. So looking forward to that chat with Kelsey Mitchell at 8:20. We'll go in or out with the panel and Eddie at 8:40. In the 9 o'clock hour, Russ Howard, live from Mississauga, will join us ahead of the Scotties Tournament of Hearts playoff bracket getting underway this afternoon. Selena Sturmey from Alberta finishes third in her pool. She will play later tonight. And then at 9:40, Matt Devlin, Toronto Raptors play-by-play man, will check in on the Raps kind of ahead of the All-Star break. Where's the team at? Lots of trade rumors swirling around the NBA. Could the Raptors be in the mix for any of these names? And then at 10:20, we'll look ahead to tomorrow night's game from Rogers Place with Jesse Pierce from NHL.com covering the Minnesota Wild. When we return, DVD, Derek Van Diest, NHL.com will be with Eddie and I. Brandon Douglas with you sitting in for Kevin today and next week. We got Josh Fenwick, Mackenzie the intern, and Donovan Paulson all in studio. It's Kevin Carey Show on Sports 1440. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey Culligan, I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.ca.
Top quality flooring, locally owned, and Canadian products from Beaulieu. Yeah, that's CFI.
CFI what?
No, CFI, Custom Floors Inc.
From free estimate to professional installation, contact Custom Floors Inc. at customfloorsinc.ca.
When it comes comes to sports in Edmonton,
Jason Gregor is a must-listen. He brings you the inside scoop with guests from across North America.
if it matters in sports, you'll hear it here first.
Gregor rolls out weekdays from 2 to 6 on Sports 1440.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need when you need it 24/7, 365 every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru. Engineered for Canadian winters, built for real-life confidence. Tackle the ice and snow with Subaru's symmetrical all-wheel drive. Stability and grip. And when you'll cruise with heated seats and heated steering wheel. All this plus peace of mind with Subaru's top safety pick status for 19 years running. This winter, it's time to get you into a Subaru. Visit Subaru.ca today.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So when you wake up to no heat, call Legacy. If you need it immediately with no overtime rates. If you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC. No payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
$7:21. Welcome back into the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas, Eddie Steele with you, along with Donovan Paulson, Josh Fenwick, Mackenzie the intern, all keeping things on track on the other side of the board. And get to our first guest of the morning, Derek Van Diest from NHL.com. DVD, thank you as always for leading things off here, answering the call on an early hit to break down last night's Sharks and Oilers game. Appreciate it. Thanks for hopping on as always.
No problem. I'm happy to come on.
So DVD, Eddie and I were kind of breaking it down in the first segment of the show here, and it's pretty tough to compare the first period of last night's game and then the final 10 minutes of it, where we see two different teams, and tough to think that they were actually the same collection of players wearing the same jerseys, but that's exactly what we got. What was it like being in the building last night, kind of seeing that firsthand, the momentum that the Oilers started to gather in period number 3, and leading to the late tying goal and of course the overtime win?
Yeah, well, we've seen this before with the Oilers, haven't we? This is a team that is never out of a game. They always believe they can come back regardless of what the deficit is, regardless of what the situation is. And they got off to a very, very slow start, 2 goals on first 2 shots. I don't know what it is. It takes them a while to find their legs, to find their rhythm. And then once they do, they're a really tough team to stop. But I don't know if Chris Knobloch needs a better pregame speech, or they got to do something with the warm-up. But it just seems like they just don't start on time. They seem to have to be down a couple of goals before they kind of pick things up. And you got that sense after that first period, you knew that they were going to have a push. That's just the way the Oilers are. They have a very talented team. They can come back on you. And I think they were very fortunate that when San Jose appeared to make it 4-0, that would have been, I think, a deficit a little too large to overcome. But that goal was waved off. You look at the situation. Okay, was that goaltender interference? Are San Jose Sharks going to challenge? I actually asked their head coach last night about that, and he was looking at it, and he goes, well, if it had not been waved off, and there was a challenge, they probably wouldn't have reversed it. So he looked at it and goes, because they waved it off, it was such a tight challenge. He didn't think there was enough there to reverse it. At the time, it was 3-0. But that was a big moment, in my opinion, because at 4-0, I think that hill was too large to climb. The Oilers start working their way back. Once they get that early goal in the third, then you got a sense, okay, they're going to make a run here. And then McDavid and Draisaitl essentially over the boards for every other shift as they put pressure on the young Sharks team. And of course, they were able to pull it out. But that's something that we've seen here before, and with the firepower the Oilers have, they're never out of a game. But I think if you're an Oilers fan, or if you're head coach Chris Knobloch, you'd like to see them get off to a better start. You'd like to see them start on time and not have to always climb these hills. And I think if you get into a playoff situation, 3-0 deficits, it's pretty tough to come back in the playoffs. It's just a little different situation. So they got the win. They were happy to get the win, but I think they got to look at that game and say, we can't just play one period of a hockey game and expect to get results.
No, DVD, you're absolutely right. In this starting on time, I want to dig into this a little bit more because it goes beyond just this season. I've now been on the radio here with Duke for 2.5 years at Sports 1440, and we've talked about it many a times over those 2.5 years in terms of they're switch flickers and they just can turn it on, but they don't show up on time so often out of the gate. And what do you think that is as someone who covers this team for so long? Is it because they're so talented? They're so confident that they can just show up and play with anybody? They're unaware. Like, I wonder what it truly is, why they don't show up on time, DVD.
Yeah, Eddie, that's a great question because you're right. It's been a problem for this team for a while now that they come out and they seem to try and kind of find their legs while other teams come out and maybe the other teams are just kind of so jacked up against playing the Oilers and they're really excited and they come out fired up. But yeah, this has been an issue with Edmonton for a while now as they kind of, I don't know why they don't come out with that in urgency right out of the gate. And other teams seem to have that and they kind of catch the Oilers by surprise. And yeah, that's an issue that they've been looking at and trying to figure out. But yeah, it might be a sense of, to me, it's like the Oilers say, well, let's work our way into this game. While other teams are just so jacked up to play the Oilers, because when you're playing a team that's as good as Edmonton is, they're always going to get an opponent's best game because those guys are going to be excited to play you. You talk to opponents coming in here, especially the ones that only come in here once a year out in the East. They say, yeah, we're excited to play Draisaitl and McDavid. We want to kind of compare ourselves to the best in the league. So I think that might be an issue where teams they're jacked up to play Edmonton while Edmonton's looking over at the other side saying, okay, well, we'll get to our game eventually. And I think that might be one of the issues. And also when you're able to come back, maybe there's not a sense of urgency early on when you're like, well, even if we fall behind a little bit, we have so much talent on this team that we're able to come back. I'm not sure what the situation is, but I'm pretty sure they are addressing it and they are trying to figure it out. But yeah, that's going to be a problem down the road. This is something that it may not hurt you now, but it will hurt you when those games are really big and are on the line. And the last thing you want to do is fall behind and start chasing playoff games because that's a different animal altogether to try and get those back.
Derek Van Diest from NHL.com, our guest here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas and Eddie Steele with you this morning. So, DVD, you mentioned about the end of the game where you see the Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl pairing, of course, flanked by Zach Hyman, kind of go to work, and they got some power play chances, the extra man attacker for the second and third goals of the game. But before that, for most of the game, I actually kind of thought the bottom six for the Oilers were the best two lines on the ice more often than not, shift in and shift out. They split up the top unit of Hyman, McDavid, and Hopkins and, kind of put things in a blender a little bit through the middle of the game before settling on that nuclear option, break glass in case of emergency. But what did you think of some of the new line combinations we saw mixed in throughout the game? And then in particular, the bottom six that actually stayed together the entirety?
Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. I thought they did have a good game. We were kind of joking about it in the press box because the bottom six, you look at Janmark and you look at Lazar, you look at some of those guys, they had a lot of opportunity, but they just couldn't score.
Right.
And the joke that we made was the football reference. He goes, well, yeah, that's why defensive backs are defensive backs. Right? we call it DB hands back. Like,
Yeah.
That's the same situation. Is they're creating a lot of chances, but that's why they're on the third and fourth line.
Right.
Is because they can't bury those chances. But I think you're absolutely right. They were all over the ice. They were buzzing. They were creating things. They were getting in the mix, and I think that's what you want from your third and fourth lines. You want those guys to be involved. But yeah, that was the only issue. They were doing everything but not score. And I think Brent Sutter once had a great line, or was it Daryl Sutter? These guys are all hat and no cattle, basically, right? But you love the effort from them, but you would like to see them, pop a couple in. And Lazar, I thought, had a great game. He was all over the ice, but he just, couldn't bury things. But yeah, that's why they're on the third and fourth line. If these guys were playing like that and were able to kind of finish, they'd probably be on the top two lines. But I thought it was encouraging. I think you're right. I think that the bottom two lines were the better lines for the Oilers in the first two periods. They were getting thrown out there, and I think that's a thing too as well. If you're playing well and the coach recognizes that and he keeps putting you guys out there, you'll get your goal. You'll get your goal eventually, hopefully. But I think he did recognize that they were playing well, and he kept throwing them out there at the end of the first and in the second period. And then obviously when they needed the goal, that's when the other guys came out and said, okay, we're going to score. But yeah, if those guys could score, they'd probably be out playing on a higher line. And I think that was the big joke last night, especially with Janmark had a couple of chances. Lazar had a couple of chances. Yeah, it's joking. That's right. Defensive backs are defensive backs and not receivers.
And to stick with the football reference DVD on the Zach Hyman overtime winner, flag on the offensive, pass interference on the little shove, the push off play on Liljegren, or what say you?
It might have been. He did push off. We can make a basketball reference too. I think a lot of people thought Michael Jordan pushed off on that one time when they.
Yes.
Right? I think he caught Lindgren in kind of mid stride there.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a big push, and I think it was a push and a stumble. And we talked to him after the game. And he's like, "Well, yeah, I kind of stumbled into the goalie."
Yeah.
And the coach asked if I was pushed, and he admitted he was more of a stumble than a push. But yeah, that was totally push off. It could have been totally offensive pass interference or the way it was. But yeah, it was a great play by him to kind of get open. And the thing is, when you're playing with McDavid and Zach Hyman is master, just get open, find yourselves in a good situation. And this is a guy that can finish. And I think that's why he's playing on that top line. I think that's why there's been a lot of calls to say, hey, if Canada needs a replacement at the Olympics, this guy should be the number one call. He should be ready. He's been told to be ready. That's one thing that they told him. Said, you're not making the team, but please be ready. Go through all the protocols, go through all the drug testing, because we might need you. And I think that was a situation we saw. When he gets opportunities, he does bury them. So yeah, it might have been a little bit of a push off and a stumble, but it's all fair in love and war, right? So it's one of those things. He tried to make some space for himself. He found it, and he was able to score the game winner.
Yeah, just a little bit of a rub out. It's all good. It is all fair out there. One thing to note, too, is it was a super long shift for San Jose. So I bet whoever it was he shoved, I don't know his name.
Liljegren.
Yeah, I bet his legs were a little wobbly, too, just being tired because they were out there. But I wanted to ask you, DVD, just about Connor Ingram's game. Obviously, the 3 early goals, I don't even think that they were really on him with the turnovers that the Oilers were producing up in front of him. But he had a pretty good bounce back and showed some resolve to keep them in the game throughout the remainder of the game and, of course, come out with the dub.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's tough when you get the first 2 shots on net scored on. It's a real mental thing, isn't it, to kind of try and come back from that. And I think he did that. I think he did well. He made a couple of really key saves later on to keep it from going to 4-0. And I think, we talked about that earlier. 3-0 is a lot different than 4-0. I think 4-0, it would have been lights out for the Edmonton Oilers. But I think that's the one thing when you're a goalie. And I've talked to enough goalies to know that the really good ones say, hey, you can't do anything about the ones that are already behind you. You can't start focusing on those ones. You got to start focusing on the next shot. And I think that's the quality difference maybe between quality goalies. Some goalies will lament the fact that they let in 2 goals on the first 2 shots, and it will bother them. And that's an issue. But he kind of refocused, readjusted, and said, okay, let's stop the next one, and then one after that, and then one after that, and then one after that. To be honest, I was a little surprised that he was back to the second period after being down 3-0. I thought even just to switch things up, I thought maybe Chris Knobloch would have said, okay, we need to switch things up. But he kept him out there, and that's something he showed confidence in him. I think Chris Knobloch was not when he pulled him the game before. He didn't get a good look at the third goal that went off a skate, and he admitted, he said, you know what, I saw the third goal differently than it actually happened. So that might have played reasoning why he didn't get the hook in the first period this time. But you're right, Eddie. He didn't get a lot of help. Like, he had a tap in. Bouchard put one of the shots into his own net. So yeah, he didn't get a lot of help, but it's always about the next one. And I think that's a good lesson for young goalies out there. Don't worry about the last one, because you can't do anything about it. All you can worry about is the next shot, and to be able to recover like that and make some big saves and keep the deficit at 3, to keep the deficit reasonable. I think he did a good job of that. And I think that's something that the coaching staff is going to have confidence in, knowing that, hey, this is a guy that can kind of get off to a bit of a rocky start, but he can kind of recover and refocus. And I think he did a good job of that last night.
DVD, I'll tell you, when I'm throwing the pads on as a hobby goalie for Andrew Walker's number of drop-in skates, the 6 that he does a week, I'm always worried about the next one too, but I'm thinking about the next cold one that I'm going to have in the locker room after the game. I could let in 100 goals, and I'll tell you what, I don't lose any sleep over it, but that's why I'm playing a beer league and not in the NHL. DVD, always appreciate your time. Great stuff. Looking forward to your next company pieces at NHL.com, and we'll chat again soon. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Derek Van Diest, NHL.com, covers the Oilers, but the other teams across the Western Conference as well, based out of here in Edmonton. So he's down in the scrums. Great pulse on the team. Eddie, he mentioned the disallowed goal. What would have made it 4-0. What did you think of it?
I don't even remember that one.
So it was the kind of pass from the flank, and Ostapchuk was driving the net, made a really good play, actually batted the pass out of midair and so Ingram made the initial save on that. But then in Ostapchuk's kind of like stopping motion, he kind of, I don't even think push is the right word, but guided Ingram over to the side of the net, and then the loose puck deposited.
Goalie interference there.
I thought DVD brought up a great point, and it was Warsofsky, the head coach of San Jose's comment, saying if it had been called a goal on the ice, I don't think it would have got overturned on a challenge. But in the same breath, called no goal on the ice, even if Warsofsky had challenged it, I don't think it would have gotten overturned, which I guess is a long way around of saying the initial call, as much as we say, well, it doesn't matter, everything's reviewed by replay anyway these days, it does matter because you need sufficient evidence to overturn the call the official makes. And on a flip side, to put this in a football perspective and get your thought, we're seeing more and more in the NFL in particular, officials let plays play out, right? In something that, rather than blowing a play dead because it's, that was just an incomplete pass at forward motion, not a fumble, they'll let it play out, see what happens, and then go back to the booth and say, never mind, the play was deemed a incomplete pass, third down. There's no turnover.
What I've noticed with that, how they do in football, let it play out. Say, for example, a team will pick it up and run it back into the end zone. They don't ever give the team that touchdown, but they'll often give them possession.
Right.
For example, if it is a change of possession. But yeah, letting it play out is the best course of action, and then going back to the video. And in terms of my opinion on that, I think it was goalie interference. I think that was a pretty easy call.
I was much more conflicted. I'm 100% in step with what Warsofsky said about the call on the ice, whatever it had been made to be. In this case, it was no goal, pretty much immediately waved off. It would not have got overturned if he challenged it, but if they'd called it a goal and the Oilers had challenged, I also don't think that would have gotten overturned.
I feel you.
Because it wasn't egregious. The biggest indictment on the play is that in his stopping motion, he was right at the top of the blue paint, and he was there.
Yeah, but Ingram was still in the blue.
That's what I mean, right?
And he was really impeded. He was. He couldn't get back to his left.
But was that because he pushed him, or because that was already Ingram's motion
where
coming across to make a play?
I think Ingram for sure took himself there, but there was something impeding him from getting a clean slide back, a push off.
And so that's what I mean, right? Just back to my original point of whatever the call on the ice was, that's what it was going to be, because either way, there wasn't enough to overturn either direction. What about you, Donovan? You were obviously watching the game in the first round with Walks. What did you two make of that no-goal call, which proved, as DVD just said, very pivotal in this hockey game?
I just say that's a veteran savvy move by Connor Ingram, knowing that if you push off hard enough into the guy, that's going to be goaltender.
You're going to get the
9
benefit of the
times out
doubt
10.
more often.
Yeah, you're going to get the benefit of the doubt. And you see veteran goalies do that all the time, right? When you know you're getting your net crash hard, you're going to slide over maybe a little bit too hard into the guy accidentally on purpose. Kind of the reverse of what some forwards try and do when crashing the net. And I think that was just a smart play by him. To me, that's goaltender interference all day of the week. If you look at the standard right now in the NHL, which we still have no idea what it is.
There you go.
Based on what we've seen and what we think the standard is, to me, that's goalie interference. That was really a kind of a non-story. The story to me last night is just, what the hell is that penalty where Celebrini's telling him, no, that's not a penalty. And then also, Oilers fans, why the hell were you booing Celebrini after that? Like, what are we doing?
Bad guy.
Yeah, they didn't see that.
Outrageous.
Yeah, they didn't see how he tried to wave it off.
No,
that's noble. Very noble.
I remember back to Alex Ovechkin. I think he drew a tripping penalty. I don't remember if this might have been like 5-6 years ago. And Ovi told the ref, he's like, no, that's not a penalty. And then they didn't call the penalty. So I don't know what the actual reasoning for keeping that call. Yeah, keeping that as an actual call when the guy's telling you no.
He didn't get me.
He didn't get
multiple
me.
times too. Multiple times.
Weird. So I when we come back from break, we got some texts about that in relation to the goal interference thing. So we got quite a few flooding. We're going to do that. But just before, the only thing that came into my mind when Celebrini is like trying to wave it off to the referee was, remember that commercial with the basketball game? And they call like who it went off about a bounds for the final possession for like this high school basketball game. And then they're in the huddle and the player comes up to his coach and says, "Coach, it touched me. Like it's not our ball. And then all of his teammates are like, "Come on, man, what are you doing? You're going to cost us the game." And then the coach is like, "If that's what happened, then go tell the referee." And then it's like, play fair sport. All that. That's the only thing that came into mind. And I was thinking, like, this isn't a high school basketball game. This is the NHL.
Have you seen the little video footage of Michael Jordan with the ref, where the ref's like, Michael, did he get you? If he got you, let me know.
Yeah.
I'll call the foul. Let me know, Michael. That's how much power he had.
Oh, yeah. Too good. We'll step aside. When we return, more Oilers talk. Lots of text to get to. 1-833-401-1440. Still plenty of spots left on Playlist Friday to get your requests in for an intro song, walk-up song. And then we'll also dip into the world of football with Eddie. The Elks making a couple more moves yesterday. In
Big
particular,
moves.
signing receiver Austin Mack. Grey Cup champion, former teammate, was an all-star of the year. He was the primary receiver for Cody Fajardo. And then catch up on a little bit of the NFL coaching carousel news that has all happened since we last chatted with Eddie back on Monday. Top of the hour roll of spec, 8:20. Olympic gold medalist Kelsey Mitchell about to head to Italy to now participate in the Winter Olympics, already a decorated summer Olympian. All that and more still to come. Brandon Douglas, Eddie Steele, Josh Fenwick, Donovan Paulson, and Mackenzie, the intern, here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, and Facebook.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go? Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
The new double cheesy melt at McDonald's. We're talking 2 juicy, mouth-watering 100% Canadian beef patties, 2 slices of cheesy goodness, with even more melty, cheesy sauce on top. Topped with pickles, then crispy and grilled onions. The way it all comes together, you don't just eat it, you melt into it. The double cheesy melt, only at McDonald's. For a limited time only at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And you can
Sports fans stay informed with Sports 1440. Stream us. Listen to us on the AM dial. However you consume this radio station, thanks for listening.
Crave is home to the reality hits everyone is talking about,
The stakes are high and trust is low.
including the Emmy-winning series, The Traitors.
The gloves are off, and we're going to be throwing haymakers right from the beginning.
Get ready for even more murder and mayhem from celebrity contestants like Mama Kelsey and Lisa Rinna.
I'm going to play this game in a way that no one's ever played it.
The Traitors. Stream now on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Let's play.
Catch the biggest game on the biggest screens in the city. River Free Resort and Casino invites you to the ultimate football watch party. Sunday, February 8th in the venue. 3 giant screens, all-you-can-eat buffet, desserts and snacks, $5.25 drink features, and tons of prizes. Don't miss River Free's ultimate football watch party with premium VIP seating available. Tickets at rivercreeresort.com.
River Free Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
$7:45. Welcome back into the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas and Eddie Steele with you. We got the rest of the cast of characters over behind the board. Donovan Paulson on the ones and twos, and first day of six consecutive work days together, and he slaps me in the face by just completely bypassing
Unbelievable.
It's Only Love.
Look at Donnie.
By Bryan Adams and Tina Turner.
He's as red as that Mike Light.
I'll tell you this. You know what that means, though, Eddie? That means I get a free request later in the show.
It does.
I do get a free request later.
Not in that 840.
No, that's Eddie's spot, of course. I'll figure it out. There's only one person that's happy about what you just did, Donovan, and that's the texter 1010 Ken. He doesn't even have to text in, and because I just know he hates Bryan Adams. At least once a month, he'll text and be like, "Oh, we're not over this shtick yet." I'm like, buddy,
man,
you're in for the long haul, brother.
You've low-key got me hooked on BA.
BA, it rocks.
BA's greatest hits on Apple Music bangs.
You want to hear something even more egregious about this move by Donovan? We had somebody request a Bryan Adams song on the text line.
Foul.
Now they requested I think it was like an MTV Unplugged version of a Bryan Adams song. I can't remember which one. It's lost in the shuffle here. But that came in as a request, and that Donovan stares at it and says, "Nah, that ain't me."
Next.
Now, hey, Men at Work, Man Down Under, great track. I would have loved to hear it at, I don't know, 9 o'clock or something like that, maybe. But we'll have to figure this out. Some conversations are going to need to be had before we reconvene on Monday for our next full program.
Conversations need to be had. Lead us then, Duke. What are we going to get into here?
I will lead us. I want to continue our talk about the Oilers here before we dip into some football things that head into the top of the hour. So the text flowing in here, Eddie, talking about the goaltender interference. Todd the Sign God, I think it was a makeup call by the refs for missing that high stick. This other one came in and said that was not a penalty or not goaltender interference, but then again, neither was the high stick by Leon on Celebrini. A few other people chiming in on both sides of the goaltender interference.
Ekholm on Celebrini.
Ekholm, thank you. The texter said Draisaitl, but you were, I think you're correct. Chomsker says it was 100% goal interference by the letter of the law. Doesn't matter if egregious or how hard he touched. He was touched and impeded. Called a goal, would have been reversed 100%. And then flipping of that back to the high sticking thing, Chomskers follows up. Loves the sportsmanship, but if I'm San Jose, I'm yelling at him for trying to blow the power play. That's what I'm saying. This is the NHL. It's not your fault or not your job to correct the referees. It's them to take the flack for making a bad call. But I don't think it was a bad call. Texters, 95% of your Oilers fans, I'm sure you looked at that and said, well, he throws the head back.
It's a ghost call.
Which I've always been in the opinion camp of throwing your head back is not trying to draw a penalty. It's human reaction to having something flying at your face, whether it hits you or not. right? That's just, it's instinct, defense mechanism that the human body has built over time. It did hit him just in the shoulder. Correct. That is a penalty. By the if we're talking definition of the rules,
letter of the law, if we're talking,
the rule reads that any stick hitting an opposing player at the shoulder height or above shall be deemed a high sticking minor penalty. Double minor, of course. And this is the other thing. The reading of the rule says it's a double minor if just it causes injury, not necessarily. And then it says example bleeding. So the whole thing about like, oh, it draws blood or not. Well, if it like knocks your tooth out and you don't bleed, it's still a 4-minute penalty. Besides the point. So it was a high sticking penalty, which I actually think is why they still called it that way, despite Celebrini's pleading that it did not hit him in the face.
And when it comes to Celebrini, it's twofold. As a player on his team, especially a vet, he comes over to the bench and you tap him on the knee and say, hey, look, man, next time it's all good. Just let them get that penalty and let's go and bury them. We have a chance to go up big here. We appreciate what you're doing. And then the flip side, players across the league, you respect that to a degree. Like I see that as a former hack of an athlete, and I respect that. I see that this kid's not out there trying to steal calls. And, we talked about how he plays in a certain rugged way. Like he's not afraid to get into the tough areas and get physical. Well, that just goes to show like he's got that right mojo and he's mentally tough in terms of, he can handle himself out there. And that just proved it to me.
Yeah, I absolutely think that the pleading with the referee had nothing to do with trying to be good sportsmanship. It 100% had to do with, I don't want to get a reputation of a guy that's trying to get calls.
Cut the corners and get the calls.
Which, going back to these Crosby comparisons, which is unfair, but they're being made, so we'll run with them for the time being, about this complete player at such a young age. That is something that trailed Crosby a lot early in his career, is that he whined to the officials. He was a complainer. And a lot of the times, because this was a different version of the NHL, right? Just out of the lockout, as fresh post clutch and grab era as existed, there was still it was a very different game.
Yes.
In terms of how young players in particular were handled. They did not get it benefits of the doubt. If you were a first overall pick, if you were the next phenom, if you X, Y, or Z, didn't matter. Veteran players got they had
their way with them.
They got the benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
Right. From referees and elsewhere. So that's what happened to Crosby early. Celebrini, I don't know if he's a hockey historian or whatever the case. He doesn't want that tailing him around. So he says, it didn't hit me. Don't call a penalty.
As a 19-year-old kid watching this 19-year-old kid, he's got some dog to him. And I like that. Seeing that he's got a little bit of ruggedness to him, and I'm down with that, man.
Just quickly, John was the texter that he wanted the MTV Unplugged version of Back to You by Bryan Adams. That was the specific request.
MTV Unplugged. That's quite specific.
If I had to get an off-the-board Bryan Adams request, I would pick the Bryan Adams, Jason Aldean duet on CMT Crossroads.
Oh, my goodness.
Where they sang a bunch of songs, but they did a duet of Summer of '69 together. So good.
Okay.
And also Jason Aldean has since did it in this set too, but Heaven, the power ballad, which is actually my favorite BA song.
Really?
It's just too slow to play on for
it's never too slow.
Our intros. Really good as well. Besides the point.
All of you listeners and viewers out there, find someone who looks at Duke or looks at you the way Duke looks at me with a twinkle in his eye when he's talking about BA, especially his favorite BA song. You had a nice little shimmer to you, pal.
When it plays that opening guitar little run, it gives me chills. It's so good. Eddie, the Edmonton Elks with a couple big moves yesterday, headlined by the addition of Austin Mack to the receiving core. They did sign Jared Brinkman, who was a big part of the defense last year, to an extension as well. Starting with the Mack stuff, you and Deck are going to break this down pretty extensively on Elks Nation later today, I'm sure. But at first impression, what do you make of the addition?
It's a big get for Ed Hervey and staff. Pretty reasonable contract. He's making a couple $100K, so it's a higher contract, but really good value considering Curly Gittins, he was making a couple $100K last year and didn't really produce at that level. Mack has been an all CFL receiver, had his most success when Cody Fajardo was his quarterback, throwing him the ball a couple of years ago. So there's clearly some built-in chemistry, and he's a big body. That's something that Ed Hervey alluded to in terms of being able to box guys out, win the body position battles, and just out muscle guys for some footballs. So if you look at the Elks receiving core, they're chock full of big bodied guys, and they're chock full of guys who can go up and get it. So it's going to be quite an exciting year, I think. Not all these blazer, small, fast guys, but bigger possession receivers. And I think that Cody Fajardo is going to be able to make hay with these guys.
And so do you think that Mac slides in as like the team's legitimate WR1?
I would say, yeah, right now, for sure, he would slide in just based off past history, past production. But there's some good sleepers on this roster that I'm looking forward to seeing popping this year.
Hey, things are trending up for the Double E. We saw it over the course of last season, and now as we get closer and closer to the 2026 campaign, I think there's a lot to be excited about. Last year was kind of the building block, right? The new management, new coaching staff, some new players in the mix. They spent a ton of money. Not all of it necessarily lived up to the expectation of the money that was spent. But here they are, another, like Ed Hervey's taking no breaks this whole offseason. He has been making moves left, right, and center.
The trade forward bonus is looming just a couple of days away. Does he see this offseason bonus? I would say probably not. Does he get traded? I would say probably not. What's the other outcome, Duke?
Snip, snip.
Snip, snip, snip. That's the reality of it.
Hey.
And that's probably what's going to shake down. But really quickly, one thing, Ed Hervey, he's he's tight with the purse strings. He'll pay the players, especially linemen, because he believes that the
trenches,
game,
right?
the
That's
trenches,
where
it's won or lost.
To him, that is the game of football.
Exactly, which I'm totally grateful for that. He put some bucks in my pocket. But with receivers and skill position guys, he usually doesn't break the bank for them. So to see him bring over Mac and sign him to the contract that he did, clearly he is quite high on him and believes in him and expects him to do good things here.
Top of the hour, Mark Spector will be with us. We'll get back into lots of Oilers talk, and the text messages flooding in, talking a little bit of Elks, piling on what Eddie just said, and then several messages saying, where is the BA at 740? King of Fort Nasty, playoff Al, and others. And then right on cue, 10-10 Ken. BA's career is colder than an Iditarod Husky's nutsack. Little graphic, but well worded all the same.
Balto.
Great callback, eh? Love Balto. Before we get to spec, let's have a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Riverside Honda, 59 years and counting as St. Albert and surrounding areas' premier Honda and Can-Am dealer. It's your dream. Ride it at riversidehonda.com. Here is Donovan Paulson.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
It was game day last night as the Oilers came back from a 3-goal deficit to take down the Sharks 4-3 in overtime. The Habs got to the Avs 7-3. The Islanders hung on to beat their crosstown rival Rangers 2-1. The Sabres quadrupled up on the Kings 4-1. The Wild taking down the Flames. The Wings dropped one 4-3 in the shootout despite Patrick Kane breaking the NHL's all-time scoring lead among American players. And the Canucks, they blanked the Ducks 2-0 on the hard court. It was the Mavs falling to the Hornets 123-121, despite Cooper Flagg setting the NBA's single game points record for a teenager. And the T-Wolves, they advanced 123-111 over SGA and the Thunder. Coming up right after the break, we've got Sportsnet's Mark Spector. I'm Donovan Paulson. That's your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Hey, Edmonton, did you know a local Play Alberta winner scored over $500,000 on Mega Jackpots Ocean Bells? Think about the season tickets you could lock down with that kind of cash. From major casino winners every hour to jackpots worth millions and hundreds of popular games to money that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up for Play Alberta. Download the app today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. When you gamble, use your game sense.
Get ready for an action-packed experience at Rogers Place. The Edmonton Oil Kings are the first choice for family entertainment.
Every home game starts at $20 a seat with extra concession value thanks to Calmont. Kids food combos start at just $7.50.
Sink your teeth into options like hot dogs, popcorn, grilled cheese, pizza, burgers, and more. All Calmont Kids food combos are $10 or less.
Edmonton Oil Kings hockey. The value is king size.
Don't wait. Great seats start at only $20 at oilkings.ca.
Remember 2025? That's so last year. But seriously, St. Albert Dodge needs to clear some 2025 models off the lot to make room for new inventory. So they're having a huge clear out of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59.9. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before they are gone. Just head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
If you've got a smart speaker, get it to play Sports 1440.
And it doesn't matter when you listen as we roll out the Sports Talk
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Edmonton's home for sports radio is Sports 1440.
Diablo Boots sells only Canadian-made work and biker boots made by Canada West. No American or boots made in China, so no tariffs. All of Diablo's boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. Sizes 6 to 14 Triple E. Buy quality, buy Canadian. And support Canada West and Diablo, the two best names in the boot business. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Buy Canadian. They're terrific.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
Just after 8 o'clock, welcome back into the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas and Eddie Steele with you on a Friday morning. It's Feel Good Friday, keeping things positive. Everybody in a great mood after the Oilers finally win a third straight game, defeating the Sharks last night 4-3 in overtime comeback fashion. They erase a 3-0 deficit in period number 3. It's also Playlist Friday. Get some requests in. Donovan might play them. Even if you've had the same request for 2.5 years, he may just bypass it and play whatever he wants. It's 8 o'clock, which means it's On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick and GMC. Mike and the crew want to thank you for all the support in 2025. And even though it's 2026, let's not forget about the huge savings they have on 2025's remaining in stock. Save now at northgategm.com. Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet making his daily appearance. Spec, we're on day one of what will be 6 consecutive shows with me sitting in for Kevin. Cool. Ready, excited for a break from 2K as he will be lounging on a beach in Mexico for the next week plus.
Oh, is that where he went? Hey, yeah. Nice gig. He just walks away right in the middle of the show just to go to Mexico for a week, eh?
Pretty well. That's Donovan made a good point earlier this morning that Kevin has this very unique knack for, he doesn't just take a week off. He takes a week plus 1 day off. Fridays are not Kevin's jam. I don't.
Yeah. Well, I kind of respect that a little bit.
You have to when you've been at it as long as KK has. I always say it's very well earned. He works very hard in here. Nose to grindstone. But that doesn't mean that when he's not here to defend himself, we can't take some free shots at him.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of working a long time, it's a big day over here. My wife Shelka is her last day before she retires today.
Oh, wow! Congratulations!
40 years in the insurance industry.
Insurance, eh?
Insurance, man, since she was like 17 years old, and today's her last day, and she's hanging up the old.
That's big.
Whatever an insurance person hangs up, Eddie, that's what she's hanging up today.
The pen and paper, and that calculator that grinds me to the stone every time I want to make it.
yeah, that chart that costs so much. That's what she's hanging up.
In fact, not to make it about her, but that's a really big deal. How's she feeling? Is she excited? A little bit nervous?
Oh, absolutely. We got lots of grandkids, a few grandkids now, and you know what? It's time for her to take a break. I'll work for a few more years here, unfortunately for the listeners out there, but she's feeling great. We'll have a nice dinner tonight.
Right on.
Start our new life here on Saturday with she's off all day, so I guess I've walked my last dog, Eddie. That's what I'm thinking.
Ooh, that's yeah. Now more time to get out and chop wood and shovel sidewalks and things like that.
Yeah. I think she'll be the one living out at the lake now.
Out for walks all the time.
Yeah. She'll be the one living out there, and I'll be chasing out trying to get a quick hot tub in before I go back to work.
Very good. Mark Spector with us from Rogers Sportsnet. You're on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas and Eddie Steele in studio. So, Spec, the Oilers, they slay this dragon that has been looming over them, haunting the team all season long by winning a third consecutive game finally. The comeback fashion of last night, we've been talking about it a lot already this morning. Like the stark contrast between the team we saw in the first period and the team we saw in most of the third, but I think really the last 10 minutes of the hockey game of regulation plus OT, it sometimes borders on unbelievability that is the same group of players. And this isn't the first time we've seen this incredible change over the course of a hockey game.
No, for sure. Listen, I'd rather have a team that can do what the Oilers can do. You know, I'd rather have a team that can play 20 minutes and win a hockey game in exciting fashion than a team that has to grind it out for 60 minutes to get to 3 goals. You know, there's a few teams in the league that if they get down 3-0, they just close up shop and wait for tomorrow to come, right? So it's not great. You know, it's never great when you give up a big lead early. I get all that stuff. I'd say to you, it's a lot easier to correct, right? It's a lot easier to be a team that says, okay, these games are getting important here in April. We're going to correct our starts than it is to be a team that says, well, we haven't been able to score enough goals all year, so we'll just fix that when the playoffs come. So they'll be fine. And while they're getting fine, this stuff's been fun to watch. That Washington game the other day was unbelievable. This one was a ton of fun at the rink. So what the hell? It's only January, guys.
Yeah.
Spec, what was the vibes like post-game with all the veils in the locker room? Were guys pretty frustrated knowing that there's a lot more game left in themselves, or were they just kind of relieved, happy to get out of there with the dub on to the next?
No, I mean, they're really, this is an older, mature team, Eddie. So it's not frustration. I don't see any frustration other than like at the start of the year when they have those terrible starts and they're trying to end it and they can't. That's the most frustrated they get. I don't see that emotion much at all around this team. Right. I mean, the frustration is a pretty useless emotion, frankly. They're very clear on the fact that this isn't a winning formula. Okay. No one in that room last night that we talked to is like, oh, this is awesome. We're just going to play like this and win all our games. So they're very clear-eyed on what, this method of winning is not sustainable. But they're also like, I thought Hyman said something smart last night when he said that, when you do this, you put it in your pocket and you can do this. You've got a tangible example of the time we came back from down 3-0. He said, when the playoffs come, you're going to fall behind 2-1, 3-1, sometimes 3-0. And we know we can, we've got it in our memory banks. We've done this before. So it does have some merit to pull this off once in a while. You can't play like this all the time, but I thought Hyman's point was well taken. There will be a game when you're down 3-0 early in the playoffs. It'll come. Mm-hmm. And maybe a night like last night helps you recover from that.
It's a very good point and a very valid one at that. As Sportsnet's Mark Spector with us here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. So, Spec, this text came in from Jerry earlier this morning, and I wanted to bring it up with you and talk about a specific player and how they have been playing as of late. Jerry's text reads, I went from wanting to jettison Bouchard to the moon to giving him the Norris Trophy. The guy makes me crazy. Now, this run Bouchard has been on really for the last probably month plus, but in particular, really on full display going back to his hat trick and another strong performance Monday night. Is this as good as you've seen him play at both ends of the ice in the regular season in his time as an NHLer?
Yeah, I mean, I can't think he's playing any better. He did something the other day that only Bobby Orr had done before. He did something the other day that only, I forget the record, but it was around that hat trick game where only Bobby Orr and Paul Coffey and Denny Potvin had done it before. And now I saw a stat this morning, the points he's had in the last 2 games in his plus minus, only Paul Coffey had ever done it before. So, I mean, that pretty much answers your question.
Not bad company, right?
Yeah, like every time he does something. So, but I think this is an example of why guys like Jerry and myself and all of us, when Bouchard goes through a prolonged period of poor play, like everyone has a bad game or even two, but when Bouchard has a bad month, the reason he gets held to the fire more than Spencer Stastny or somebody is that because we know this is how good he can be, and now he's showing us again he's this good. So it's not okay to go out there and be awful for 2 weeks when you have this much talent and this much resources and you're this good a player. That's why people lean on Bouchard, because you know how good he can be. And that's, I guess it's a blessing and a curse for him. But I think I'm going to say it, those of us who looked at him in October and said, come on, man, you can be so much more better than this. I think this tells you that's he can be so much better than that.
Well, Bouchard is just the parallel between him and the Oilers club as a whole. The ceiling, when he's making the poor turnovers and poor decisions, very low floor, or very high. Sorry, the floor is very low, but the ceiling is so high with this club. And when the team is running on all cylinders. And with Bouchard, we talk about the 11 points the last 4 games, leads the team on ice night in, night out. But the defense too, the way he's been playing on defense has been so solid over this run. It hasn't just been an offensive outpouring. He's been playing such solid hockey at both ends of the ice.
Oh, there's a Norris candidate in this guy. There's no question, right? Like this, and it's not just on points. He's, like I've said a million times, he's never going to be, he's never going to be Shea Weber defensively. That's just not who the guy is. But he's big. First of all, he's bigger than people think. Like he's a big, strong guy. I think he's 6'3". This isn't Quinn Hughes that has to do it all by skill and does it. Like Quinn Hughes is unbelievably fantastic, but Bouchard's got an impressive presence size-wise. And he just needs to get in the way. He doesn't need to steamroll people. He doesn't need to knock you through the end boards. He just needs to be well positioned and be in the way. He's got an excellent stick. So listen, there's a really good player like Bouchard's. He's just so elite. He's clearly, this team is becoming, and I would say to you last night, it wasn't exactly a huge team win. It was like 6 guys that won that game for him.
Right.
And this team's becoming McDavid, Draisaitl, and Bouchard, and that's just the way it's going.
Bouchard is sneaky jacked too. I've seen in some gear, man, in some clothes. I've seen some photos. He's low key jacked. I know you're not in there body watching like our boy KK would be, but Bouchard's pretty jacked.
And young and in his prime. What is he? Is he 26?
That sounds right.
I think he's 26. So you know what? This guy is right in just walking into his prime. And what does that tell us? So it's different for every guy, but for Bouchard, to want to get into his prime and to be now a little more experienced, I want to say that means you're probably going to start to get a more, every day that passes, you get a more consistent Evan Bouchard. That's how he's going to level out his game as he gets older and smarter and better. And the highs hopefully will stay as high, but the lows won't be as low. And that month he had to start the season, hey, it was a lousy month. The whole team had a lousy month. But, we're about to witness. What's his contract? He just signed a deal, right? Did he sign for 4 years?
The Bouchard deal was 3 or 4 years, Donovan?
Thought it was 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years. You're right, Spec.
Yeah. So we're about to see what will probably be the best 4 years of his career in an Oilers uniform, starting like right now.
Mm-hmm.
We will. The unfortunate reality is we're going to hear so much griping over every turnover because of the money too. It's going to be sickening.
That's the nature of the beast. Sportsnet's Mark Spector with us here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Eddie Steele, Brandon Douglas in studio. Text line's on fire this morning, Spec. I got another one for you from a texter that kind of runs in line with a question I had related, and it's from Papa James. What does the peanut gallery, which I'll put myself in that category, I don't know if you qualify or not, Spec, say of the first period for the Oilers playoffs game? Did Ingram need to be sharper, or was it more on the team? Now, to us, a lot of the time, we say it so often, both can be true. But the goaltending situation, you've got 2 guys that you've seen them play very, very well. And I don't know if you can really hang any of the 3 goals against on Ingram last night. But when it was Stuart Skinner and Cal Pickard in there, you say, how do you let in the first 2 shots of the game? You don't even give your team a chance. So where are you at here on January 30th with this new tandem of goaltenders that the Oilers are rolling out night in, night out?
Well, I think we're figuring some stuff out here. Like all those dummies that looked at those a goal like last night, like the goal by Graf to open the game. What's Ingram supposed to do? You know, there's a guy coming down to his left. He's got to watch the shooter, and Graf peels way off to his right. He's got a wide open net one timer. No one's guarding him. It's like, what kind of a person who tells you they know something about hockey pins that on a goalie? Right? Like it's got nothing to do with goaltending. The next one's a breakaway from the blue line, so it's 50-50. Do you want to save? Sure. Do you get one? Yeah, you do. Half the time. Right? You get a save on an in-game breakaway roughly half the time. Whether your name's Martin Brodeur or Ben Scrivens, it's a 50-50. And then he makes a real nice save and Bouchard kicks it in his own net the next one. Are we blaming that on a goalie? Like, who are the people out there? Look at Skinner. Skinner's in Pittsburgh. He's playing fantastic, right? And behind the team that gives up chances like the Oilers can at times, you guys, everybody ran Skinner out of town, and I get it. It's good for him to move. It was good for the Oilers. I endorse the trade. It's okay. But have we not learned that maybe it's not the goalie when a guy's got a wide open look at an empty net from 10 feet out? Maybe we're like, Ingram lets in 1 goal last night he had a chance on, and it was a dead breakaway from the blue line. That's the only goal he let in that he could have stopped. So, and we're talking about goaltending this morning. Whoever that texter is, come to go back and, figure out the sport, right? Figure the sport out.
Well, even Spec, the first 2 goals and the breakaway, I'm not even going to pin that on Ingram. How did we get there? How did we get to this point? Turnovers is how we got there. Turnovers is how we got these rush opportunities. That's the issue.
Yeah, no question. But listen, it's a goalie's job to bail his team out. And Ingram's done a pretty good job of that here so far. But I'm telling you, there's one play last night where he didn't bail his team out, and it was a breakaway, a dead breakaway with no pressure on the guy. So if you're sitting back and saying, I want 100% of those saves, it's just unrealistic. That's all. You're going to get, I think the stats will say in an in-game breakaway, you get like 40% or 50% of saves or something like that. Or I don't know what the number is. It hovers around 50. In the shootout, breakaway success for the shooter hovers around 30 or 33. So that's where we're at. If you think you're going to get 100%, you don't. You get about half of them in a game. And last night you didn't get that one. That's it. The other goals you had 0 chance on.
And you may want him to be perfect, but keep in mind, when you're down 3-0, he had the mental fortitude to battle and keep your team in it to come back and win it.
Right. Like, did you win last night? I guess I would ask you that, Eddie. Did all you Oiler fans out there, did you win? Okay, you won. So why are people sour? You won.
Yeah,
it's not, we're not in round 3 yet, right? You can get all concerned when we're in round 2 and round 3 or round 4 if they get that far. It's January, right?
Yeah, brother, we're not even in February yet.
Right? It's January. Your team won an exciting game. Just enjoy it. You could be a Canucks fan, right? Or a Leafs fan. You want to be a Leafs fan? Go cheer for the Leafs. So
if you're just intent on being miserable and complaining no matter what, cheer for a team that's at the bottom of the standings instead, because you'll have an easier time doing it. I think
the Florida Panthers, I think, are 8 points out of the playoffs right now.
Yeah,
right,
man. It's the NHL is a little topsy-turvy right now and still super condensed playoff picture-wise, but we are starting to see a little bit more separation at the bottom in particular, with some teams falling out of it. The Leafs being maybe one of them.
Maybe.
So, Spec, excellent stuff. So you mentioned supper tonight with Shell going to celebrate the retirement. Any other big plans this weekend here, either squeezed in between or outside of Saturday night's hockey game?
What am I doing this weekend? No, not much, not too much. I think we got to go get Shelka fitted for some new golf clubs. That'll be a retirement present.
Very nice.
Hey?
Very nice.
What else you get someone for retirement? You need new clubs when you retire.
A nice rocking chair. Or maybe a recliner is the more modern version of that. A really
that implies old.
nice recliner that has the massagers built right into it. Spec. You don't got to be old to enjoy that. But if you're retired, you just spend that much more time in it.
I bet she smokes Spec on the golf course.
Oh,
yeah.
She smoke you out on the golf course, Eddie 85.
Come on, man. That's a well-earned name.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Eddie 85.
Spec, enjoy the game tomorrow night. Minnesota in town. They've had Edmonton's number a little bit this year. See if they can make it 4 in a row for the Oilers. A couple games left here before the Olympic break. We'll chat Monday morning to break it all down. Thanks as always.
All right, boys. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet and On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. This truck's for you. When we come back, special guest Kelsey Mitchell, Olympic gold medalist in cycling from 2020, and she's headed to Italy here in the next couple of days to participate in the Winter Olympics in the bobsled. She'll be our headliner of the day here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas, Eddie Steele, Josh Femick, Donovan Paulson, and Mackenzie the intern, all with you. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Business owners, if rising electricity costs are cutting into your profits, there's a smarter way forward. Right now, federal clean technology tax credits can cover 30 to over 50% of the cost of a commercial solar system, delivering an immediate return on your investment. And in Edmonton and Sturgeon County, the Commercial Clean Energy Improvement Program offers long-term financing for up to 20 years, making solar more affordable than ever. Lock in lower energy costs for decades and strengthen your bottom line. Visit GreatCanadianSolar.com to get started.
Looking for the perfect gift? Give the gift of great taste with a Loca Quality Market gift card. Redeemable at any Loca Quality Market or Loca operated restaurant. It's a treat for food lovers. Ready anytime. Grab yours today at loca.ca.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
This is Andrew Walker, host of the postgame show on Sports 1440. After every hockey game this season, tune in and chime in as we talk about the game. It's all sponsored by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Don't get left in the cold. Visit legacyheating.ca.
Do you listen to sports radio at work? Like right now? Well, do you?
Who, me? No way. I swear.
Okay, friend, we won't tell. Tens of thousands of sports fans listen to Sports 1440 each and every day. On the radio, on the listening apps, on YouTube, and on social media. If you listen to Sports 1440 at work, well, maybe it's time to advertise on Sports 1440 at work. Grow your business. Get your name out there. Shoot our ad team an email. Gregor@sports1440.ca. Let's get to work for you.
Oh, new year, new me, right? How about a resolution you'll actually enjoy? 5th January, resolve to get a better ride at Nisku Ford. It's the New Year, New Ride event. Leave last year's vehicle in the rear view mirror and start 2026 in a brand new Ford. Get rebates as high as $10,000 or choose interest rates as low as 0%. Now that's a resolution you can stick to. Visit Nisku Ford today or browse our new inventory at niskuford.ca. Above expectations.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
Welcome back into the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin this morning. We'll do so next week as well, as Kevin enjoys a little bit of time off here. Getting back just in time, refreshed and tan to enjoy the Winter Olympics, which is where we're going to head next. And our headliner of the day brought to you by Mr. Reuter. Getting pucks deep, your top defense pairing against leaks. That's mrreuter.ca. Very special guest joining the program here as Kelsey Mitchell, Olympic gold medalist in 2020 in cycling, and now headed to Italy to participate in the bobsled competition. Kelsey, thanks so much for taking some time with us this morning, as what I'm sure is an incredibly busy schedule for you. Thanks a lot for hopping on the program today.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's been a whirlwind of a week, that's for sure.
I can only imagine. Actually, I probably can't even imagine, to be very frank with you. So just to start things off, what's your schedule look like here over the next couple of days? When do you head over there? Preparation for opening ceremonies. What's your schedule over the next few weeks looking like?
Yeah, we're heading over tomorrow morning, actually, to Italy, and then we'll be there for the opening ceremonies, which is exciting because I've never actually been to an opening ceremony.
Oh.
And then training, and then I actually don't race till the end on the 20th. So I got some time to prepare over there.
That's awesome. And I'm sure, obviously, preparation and your own process taking priority and top of mind, but will you get the chance to maybe take in a few other events, do a little bit of touring around and, enjoy the Olympic experience, not just as an athlete, but as someone taking it all in firsthand?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like kind of my first Olympics. Tokyo was exciting, obviously, but that was during COVID. And then Paris, I was not in a village. I was just outside of Paris and just completely dialed in. As soon as we arrived, we were basically racing. So this time I have some downtime, and I think in Cortina, where I'll be located, they also have curling and alpine skiing. So hopefully we'll get out and cheer on Team Canada.
That's awesome. And it's kind of unique, obviously, in Italy with the different hubs, the different centers based on what events are happening at different places. Of course, Milan, Cortina, the skiing events out in the mountains and otherwise. So but the opening ceremonies, they're also kind of doing that in all four spots too. So at your guys' location, it's still full wheel deal experience for you?
Yeah, as far as I know, I think there's 4 locations that are hosting, and Cortina is one of them. And so we'll have bobsleigh, luge, skeleton, some athletes that we already see, but then having curling and alpine will make it feel more like a games experience. So regardless, the Olympics is always a huge thing, and opening ceremonies, they kind of go all in. So I think it'll be an experience for sure to be able to walk in them.
Kelsey, obviously, we really know you for your famously winning the gold medal in your sport of track racing on the bike.
On the bike.
But bobsleigh, I really wasn't familiar that you were taking part in this and that you were even training leading up to this. So what was the transition like, and how did you get involved in bobsleigh?
Yeah, it's been a short career so far. I actually started in July this past year. I had tried out 10 years ago after I finished post-secondary soccer playing at the U of A and at NAIT. Just wasn't ready for my sport career to be over. And so I looked into it, and bobsleigh looked like a sport that maybe could be picked up later in life. So I tried out, didn't have any luck with that, was just not strong enough and too slow at the time. And so 10 years later, I got an invite to the camp when I was training out in Calgary. And I ended up doing pretty well. I said I had potential, and then I made the team and did the World Cup season. The last 3 months I was over in Europe racing, and then got selected to go to the Olympics.
It's absolutely an incredible story. The short list of not only just Canadians, but athletes around the world that have got the chance to participate in both Summer and Winter Olympics. I'm sure that's a real honor for you. Maybe just speak to that a little bit. And you said the Tokyo Games were obviously great and you take home a gold medal, but just circumstantially, this time around will be a little bit different because it's full scale, full fans, all of that rolled into it.
Yeah, it's honestly so crazy. I having interviews and people are bringing up that there's only 14 Canadians. I'm the 14th Canadian to ever go to both the winter and summer. And it was never a goal of mine to do this task and join this elite group of people, but it's just honestly the cherry on top. Like, I'm just so grateful to be an athlete again and get to train as a job. And so to do it obviously in track cycling over the last 8 years was amazing. And then now to pull on a different skin suit with the maple leaf on it and doing bobsleigh is, yeah, it's a dream come true. And to go to Italy, my parents are coming, and so that's fun. They weren't able to come to Tokyo. They did come to Paris, and they loved it. They had a great time. And so for them to come again, and just the support has been incredible, and people are happy they don't have to wait another 4 years till I compete again. It's only about a year and a half. So it's good.
Olympic gold medalist Kelsey Mitchell with us here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Just about to head out to Italy to now participate in her first winter games on the bobsled track. Now, Kelsey, I do want to rewind a little bit, kind of back to your university days. You mentioned it several times that you're an athlete. You're not a one-sport athlete. You're not even a two-sport athlete. You're a varsity player for both the Pandas and Nate soccer teams. So originally, that transition, when you talk about not wanting to be ready to be done with sport yet, try the bobsled thing, but the cycling, what's that transition like from soccer to then the track and inside the velodromes?
Yeah, it was honestly quite tough. Like, I played team sports my whole life, and they all involved running and jumping. And so I went to RBC training ground, and they introduced me to the bike. They said I had strong legs and I could potentially be quite good at riding the bike. I was a little hesitant at first, but I was looking for any opportunity. I was just all in with whatever sport was interested. And then I ended up picking it up quite quickly. And then obviously that translated into a gold medal in Tokyo. So it was a journey though. Like, I was so used to sharing the pressure and the stress of competing with 10 other people on the field. And then it was just me alone on the track. So that transition was tough. And then learning how to pedal a bike versus running was different. And so now coming back to a running sport, you'd think it'd be easier because I'm used to running my whole life, but I tend to cycle my legs too much now. And so it's a habit that obviously I picked up over the last 8 years. I got pretty good at that. So now learning how to run and drive my legs more and be fast in that way has taken some time, but it's been fun. It's a fun challenge. I love the process of learning something new. And so it's been tons of fun.
Kelsey, I wanted to ask, and you kind of answered the question for me, but are there much parallels between the two sports, cycling and bobsleigh? Because as you mentioned, one of your stronger attributes is strong legs, which led you into cycling. And that's something that I always had associated to bobsledding as well, is you need to have that strong lower body. Is that one of your strengths, I guess?
Yeah, I would think, or I'd say the powerful legs really translate. I had to learn to do a little bit more upper body. Coming from soccer and cycling, that wasn't a huge focus, but now we're trying to transfer the power from the legs into moving the sled. And so having the strong upper body helps. And then fixing my running mechanics. Like, I just never had trained proper running mechanics. So that's taken time as well. And then going from a low impact sport of cycling to a high impact running on ice with shoes that barely have any support in them has been hard on the body. I'm 32 years old now, so I'm getting up there, and my body just doesn't respond as quickly to training, but it's been fun. And like, the team was absolutely incredible. And it just kind of like, Paris was a tough one for me. I went in there with high expectations and didn't perform as well as I would have liked. And so I was kind of lost, but joining bobsleigh, I kind of fell in love back with sport and with the process of learning. And so it's been honestly just such a great journey, regardless of if I was going to the Olympics or not. I feel like I'd have no regrets with just going out there and trying something new.
Kelsey, how dialed in do you feel going in with your preparation, your nutrition, your training? How locked do you feel that you are?
Yeah, I feel like going to two Olympics previous and cycling it comes down to 100th of a second. Everything had to be dialed in. It's kind of a joke on the team now. Like, I'm always sitting down because I have to save my legs, and bobsleigh, they're kind of walking and standing and doing a lot of labor work. And they're like, why do you sit so much? I'm like, you guys, it comes down to such a small margin. Like, everything matters. And so I know what I need to eat. I know what I need to do before race day to be ready. So I'm not really concerned about that. I'm excited to go be with the team, enjoy the Olympics for the first week. And then after that, get dialed in and get ready to compete.
Kelsey Mitchell, Olympic gold medalist from 2020 on the track cycling side of things, about to head to Italy for the bobsleigh competition, joining us here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Now, Kelsey, you're one of three U of A Pandas alumni, my alma mater as well. I think puts a little extra jam into it for me to be rooting on yourself, Melissa Lodholtz, and then, of course, Rochelle Brown as the fifth for Team Home going over there. Do you have much association with the other girls that are alumni of the program? And obviously, Melissa's also being on the bobsled team. Do you guys have a lot of fond memories from your days at the U of A?
Well, we honestly didn't even cross paths at the U of A. So the first time we met was with bobsleigh, but Mel is actually my pilot going into the Olympics, which is pretty cool. She had messaged me back in June, I believe it was, into the DMs asking if I'd ever consider trying bobsleigh. And at that time I was like, well, yeah, I tried out 10 years ago and they didn't want me, but if I'd ever think of trying out again, and I had decided to sign up for the camp already, but it was that extra bit of encouragement to actually go and do it and see what could happen. And so for us to be now teaming up together to go to the Olympics has pretty cool. Some proud pandas for sure.
Very, very much so. So this is a little bit more of a, borderline on a dumb question for you. But so the bobsled, of course, yeah, the 2-man, the 4-man, the different formats and stuff. For listeners, and I'll put myself in the camp that love watching it, but maybe aren't as familiar with the different roles inside each team. Can you break that down for us a little bit ahead of these games and excitement to watch you on the track?
Yeah, so for the women, there's monobob, which is just the pilot going down, and then 2-man, which I'll be involved in. And then for the men, it's 2-man and 4-man. So basically my job, I'm the brakeman, so I'm in the back of the sled. The goal is to get the sled going as fast as we possibly can before jumping in. And then the pilot will try and drive us down with the best line possible, the fastest line. And then I'll be in the back holding on very, very tightly and trying to be as aero as possible. And then at the end, I pull the brakes, hence the name brakeman. So it doesn't sound like a very exciting, extravagant job, but it's obviously very important to get the top speed going down that hill, and then pulling the brakes at the end is very important. But yeah, it's basically going to come down to who can push the sled the fastest and then who can drive it the best and be the most consistent over the 2 days and 4 runs. Yeah.
Kelsey, what are some of the top speeds that you get that sled moving at? And secondly, do you ever get fearful?
It's a crazy sport. I'm not going to lie to you. Like when I first joined, we went to Whistler to go down and see how I would be at the top of the hill. And we were hitting speeds of about 140 km an hour. And so in the back of the sled, I don't even really realize what's going on. But I'll see sleds go by when I'm just watching. I'm like, oh my goodness, they're flying. And then I kind of realize that I'm also in that thing. So yeah, it's like, I don't know if my body actually realizes how fast I'm going. And yeah, the G-force is crazy. You get bashed around in the back. Like I have bruises on my knees and just bruised everywhere under my arm from just like holding on. But it's an adrenaline rush, and it's just very like team camaraderie, and like you're kind of going down and trusting that the pilot's got your back and they trust you. And it's just like a very interesting sport that I never have like thought I'd be going to the Olympics in. So I'm slowly falling in love with it. But honestly, the main thing for me is like the team and the environment. And that's just what was kind of missing for me in cycling. And so I just love being on a team again and kind of working together.
Well, Kelsey, your trophy case is already incredibly full. You're so well decorated from across, Commonwealth Games, Pan American Games, and of course the pinnacle of that being your Olympic gold medal. But we're all rooting for you to bring home some more hardware here, and we'll be anticipating. So the 20th, you said, is when your race actually goes down.
Yeah, 20th and 21st.
Awesome. Well, we'll have it bookmarked, and be sure to proud to be rooting on one of our own Pandas alum from right here in Alberta. Best of luck, safe travels, and enjoy yourself over in Italy. Thanks a lot for taking some time this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Kelsey Mitchell, Olympic gold medalist on the track cycling in 2020 in Tokyo, of course, went to the Paris Games as well, but now representing the Maple Leaf in the Winter Olympics. As she said, just the 14th Canadian to do so, heading to both games in different sports. Incredible, Eddie. Hey.
$140. That's like you on the QE2 going to Delburne, huh?
Only when I'm running late for a tea time. then I'm never. It's for people that think they can comprehend it.
That's
you can't.
Fast, man.
Even if you are someone that has gotten to it's $140 or something in your vehicle down the highway, inside this essentially metal tube on a track of ice,
open air, like nothing covering the head. Wow.
It is approaching on incomprehensible to be moving that fast in that kind of confined space. So our headliner of the day, Kelsey Mitchell, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. Your best defense pairing against leaks. That's mrrooter.ca. When we come back, we're going to go in or out. Donovan has drawn up this list. I don't know if he had any input. I proposed to Mackenzie yesterday because this is actually going to be Mackenzie's last morning on the morning show, and then she's going to continue on with her practicum on Fancy Frenzy, Lowdown with Low Tide, and some other things as well. I asked Mackenzie after her in or out debut yesterday. She came up with the 5th question for Laddie.
Yeah.
I said, "Do you want to come up with the entire list of in or out topics tomorrow?" And the look of fear that I saw come across this young lady's face was actually made me a little scared.
She said, "You can have that."
So I don't know if she helped Donovan cook these up or not, or if this is pure DP. What do we got, Donnie?
This is pure DP today. I didn't know that there was. Wow. Was not expecting that.
Okay.
But no, this is I was not aware of said talk between you and the intern
Well,
here.
we're 2 weeks in. I assumed at this point Mackenzie would be confident enough that she'd be like watching you type them up over your shoulder and be like, Donovan, that's a terrible question. Let me let me jump in here and help you out. Maybe fine tune this a little bit.
And you set the bar high, Duke. You set the bar high.
Listen, they're not all gold medals, but sometimes you just got to get out there and participate.
Try your best.
Do your best. We'll do our best at In or Out when we return here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas, Eddie Steele, Donovan Paulson, Josh Fenwick, and Mackenzie the intern all in studio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business. And for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
When picking a New Year's resolution, try to avoid things you have no influence over.
Like bringing home the cup? That would be awesome.
But completely outside your control. Instead, pick something you can control, like bringing home some Wilhock beef jerky.
That would also be awesome. But what if we brought the cup home to Canada and it was filled with Wilhock beef jerky?
Okay, I'll allow it.
Wilhock beef jerky, only available in Leduc. Get yours today because you don't win cups with salad.
Shoulder pain. It can make even the simplest things like reaching up, lifting a bag, brushing your teeth, or sleeping frustrating. Rotator cuff strains, impingement, arthritis, they're some of the most common issues we treat every day. I'm Grant Fedoruk, and at Leading Edge Physio, our team brings postgraduate training, evidence-based technology, and just the right amount of humor and humility to help you feel better. Because we never forget the most important part, the gratitude we feel for every patient who allows us the opportunity to care for them. Because life shouldn't hurt. When it does, leadingedgephysio.com.
Mr. Rooter goes skiing.
Sick gear, Mr. Rooter. Are you ready to hit the slopes?
Not yet. I need to report a possible crime.
Oh no, what's happening?
I saw a bunch of hooligans discussing shredding the half pipe. As a plumber, I've taken the Hippocratic oath to do no harm and act in the best interests of all pipes, whether PVC, copper, or otherwise.
It's made of snow, Mr. Rooter.
Snow? Things are worse than I had feared.
There's no better plumber than Mr. Rooter. The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
He's heading into the driveway. Temperatures dropping fast, folks. He opens the hood and, oh no, the battery's on thin ice.
Yeah, that's a tough break, Tim. I mean, you can't expect to compete and win with weak parts in your game like that.
But wait, he's made a clutch move. He's gone to Napa Auto Parts for the win. They've got batteries, winter-grade oils, antifreeze, and wiper blades built for cold Alberta conditions.
That's a championship play, Tim.
With over 85 Alberta locations, visit your local Napa store today or shop online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
Winter in Alberta doesn't mess around.
And neither does Titan Supply.
For over 50 years, we've earned the trust of our customers across a variety of industries.
Because we lead with integrity,
honesty,
and respect.
I'm Joe.
And I'm Brent from Titan Supply. When the weather hits hard,
we're fully stocked with rigging, lifting, and hauling gear that works as hard as you do.
Titan Supply.
Built on trust, driven by safety.
Serving Edmonton, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Calgary.
Let us help you face the weather the Titan way.
Visit titansupply.ca.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
8:44. Welcome back into the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin this morning, as I will do the entirety of next week as well. We got Eddie Steele alongside for one final segment before he jets off for another recording of Elks Nation with our buddy Declan Kruger, Donovan Paulson on the ones and twos, Josh Fenwick keeping us online on the YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch video feeds. And then we got Mackenzie the intern, in here as well. Eddie, you're a man who knows nothing but kindness and generosity in his heart.
I do it for you, baby.
You dedicate your request slot to make sure I get my Bryan Adams fix over the course of the morning. And you picked a great one too.
Ooh,
Mel C, who was Sporty Spice,
I believe.
I'll tell you what. So Kevin had said that's his favorite Bryan Adams song, and regular texter Tiger, who is on a little bit of a timeout right now based on some texts he sent in that were a little out of pocket. That's his favorite BA song as well. He always requests that.
I'd say that's my favorite too.
You think, really?
Oh yeah, man.
It's a great one. It's very uplifting.
Yeah, it is. It is
bumpy.
I do lots of working out to it.
It's like a deviation because obviously Bryan Adams, especially his very early stuff, is very traditional 80s rock music. That one, a little more light,
yeah,
a little more fun, right?
Move to it.
I can get behind that without a doubt. Jordo, banger BA song.
There we go.
Everybody's trying. There was another person that said they also hate Bryan Adams, but I don't want to read their name because I don't want to give them any credit for it. Lots more Oilers talk coming up over the course of the morning, and I'm sure I haven't even opened the list yet here. They were victorious last night over the Sharks, 4-3 in overtime. Without any further ado, Donovan, it's time for Are You In or Are You Out?
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out?
In or out of what?
No time for questions, just action. In or out?
Well, then I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, Donnie. Give her hell.
Alrighty, fellas. This first question's kind of an homage to me and Walk's post-game last night discussing the Oilers need to find an identity at the start of games. Not an identity as a whole, but they need to find some identity at the starts because these starts over the last little bit have been shocking.
This is kind of an interesting question in the way that it's phrased. You want a team to have an identity. Like full stop, like over the course of it. Like how do you describe this team? Now, do you want this team to change their identity over the course of a hockey game, the way they start, the way they finish? And is the fact that they change, is that their collective identity? Is their identity the fact that they change? I'm not sure how to answer that, and I'm not really sure how to answer this. I guess I will say I'm in by default because right now, their start to games is so poor that they don't really have one. My counter to it, and I'll let Eddie chime in first before we go back to you, Donovan, it would be, what do you want that identity to be to start games? Do you want them to come out and have a fight in the first 5 minutes every time? Do you want to skate around 12 forward, 6 defensemen trying to put guys through the glass? Do you want to go sell out for offense, go into a defensive shell? What do you want that start of game identity to look like, and why does it differ from the identity you have for the other 55 or so minutes of the hockey game?
Okay, let me get into this here, Duke.
Okay.
They need to, and first of all, I'm in. They need to insert themselves, involve themselves, inject themselves into the game. They need to play with desperation to start the game because we can see how they can play with down 3 goals in the last period, the last 20 minutes. They can play with a certain sense of panic and urgency. If they did that earlier on in games, and you don't have to do it for a full 60, but if they did it earlier and came out with a sense of urgency, you have the opportunity and ability to put your foot on so many opponents' throats early in the game. And most teams can't come back from down 3-0. Most teams don't have that firepower. The Oilers do, and they play with fire too often. But if they injected themselves into the game earlier, started on time, you don't have to be guns a-blazing, but at least start on time. Well, they're going to have a lot more success. But we also see how much success this team has by playing with the fire the way they do.
And something as simple as you can pan back to The Islanders a couple of years back, I know they didn't wind up winning the Stanley Cup, but if you look at that Islanders identity to open a game, it can be something as simple as every game in the playoffs, they would start their fourth line of Martin Clutterbuck and Casey Cizikas, and they'd go out there and get 5 hits, and they would just set the pace, set the tone for what was to come for the rest of the game. And it can be as simple as, I know you have Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, but can be something as simple as starting your fourth line, getting the energy going to kind of set the tone for what's to come for the rest of the game. I'm not suggesting necessarily doing that, but that's just an example of what you can do to find some form of identity to come into a game. And the Oilers just right now, whether that's a lack of intensity at the start of a game, I don't know what it is, but they need to find some way to get themselves going into a game, and they haven't found it to this point.
Too often than not, they're getting punched in the mouth first and then counter punching, as opposed to being the one punching first.
Now, DVD brought this up when we had him on at 720. Is that because the Oilers, as a benchmark of the league, because they have players like Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid and Evan Bouchard, and some of the league's very best at each of their respective positions and slots, is that the factor in they always get their opponent's best first 5 minutes?
That was a heck of a point DVD brought up, and he really sold me on that.
And it's some Oilers fans may push back and say, it's like, well, this isn't they aren't the Colorado Avalanche, save the last couple weeks for the Avs, where they were running away with the league. Like teams like the Avs and the Stars and maybe even Tampa Bay, those should be the benchmark teams that opponents get up for that much more and bring their very best, even if it's at the end of a road trip or second half of a back-to-back, which, by the way, the Oilers have been a very extreme beneficiary of here in this homestand. But besides the point, why do people look at the Oilers like this benchmark? Well, it's because of what I just said. It's because you have 3 of the best players at their positions in the world. And as a result, what are you doing?
I'm just standing up, man.
Standing up, this guy.
Sometimes you'll stand up and do the show.
Yeah, and why is that? Why are you standing up sometimes to do the show? Now you're messing up Josh's camera angle.
It's all good. Josh has legs.
It's the YouTube, Eddie. People want to see your beautiful face. What else you got for us, Donovan?
Off to number 2. After finally breaking through and going on this little 3-game heater, the Oilers are going to take this winning streak through the Olympic break.
Eddie, you can go first on this.
Yeah, I'm going to be in. I think the Oilers have the Wild, then the Leafs, then the Flames. Definitely Flames and Leafs are games that you should go out and get. The Wild, that'll be a tough battle. And who's kidding? Who? It's the NHL. It'll all be tough battles. But I fully think that the Oilers are capable of going into the break with the winning streak.
I'm going to be out. Do we really think that this lack of 3-game winning streak was I kind of made a joke of it in our intro spec about, this dark cloud hanging over the group, hanging over the locker room. Did they care that they hadn't won 3 games in a row? I'm not down there. I'm not talking to the guys after practice, after games, but my assumption will be no. They're still playing pretty good hockey just because they can't get this elusive 3rd win in a row. Like, this isn't some huge monkey off their back that now all of a sudden they get the freedom to be like, all right, well, let's just win 6 in a row now, which is what we're talking about, right? They win 3 consecutive following last night. I still think this is just a team that has flaws in the way they play and up and down their lineup. When they're at their best, they're good, but they also, lose games to the Islanders, to the Devils, barely squeak wins out against Washington and the Ducks.
On paper, you shouldn't lose to Calgary or Toronto, though, right?
No, you shouldn't. But on paper, the Oilers should be running away with the Pacific
We
Division.
don't play this game on paper.
The game ain't played on paper, Eddie. So
no.
The point of the question is, are they going to win the next 3 games? I'm just going to be out. And now, I predicted the Oilers would lose last night. They did not. Kevin Karius guaranteed the win. People are clamoring to get to praise at Kevin's feet as the Messiah, the ultimate predictor.
When it comes to hockey, he is.
I suppose so, but no, I'm not quite yet ready to see this team win 3 in a row, especially when it starts with the Wild, who have kind of had the Oilers' number so far this year.
Off to number 3, Patrick Kane became the NHL's all-time American leading scorer last night. I'm saying that when his career is all said and done, he'll become the NHL's 11th leading scorer and reach 1,642 points. For reference, he's now at 1,375.
1,375, which puts him. This is an out-of-date list that I'm looking at.
He
And
is
what's he
up
at
to
position-wise?
27.
27.
So he would need to
How
get
old is he? 36?
37.
I'm
I'm out.
just trying to look at a list so I can actually see how far back he is.
Only because there is wear and tear. It's not like he's a young 37, like where he's spry and playing. He's gone through some surgeries, the hip resurfacing. Yeah, he's productive, but man, we're talking about another 240 plus points that you.
That's yeah. Okay, I was just about to ask. I was like, am I looking at this right? You said to 11, Donovan?
11. Joe
Which is
Sakic
where Joe
at
Sakic-
1642.
I'm so out on this.
Yeah.
That's an insane number. How long do you think he's going to play for?
Assuming he finishes obviously this year, let's say he gets to 1,400 at the end of the year, which is another 25 points. Totally feasible for Patrick Kane based on the current projections as to what he's on pace for. If he gets to 1,400 this year and plays another 2 years after this one, let's say he puts up
It's got to be productive years, though.
let's say he puts up 50 points in each of those years, he's going to be at 1,500 ish. Let's say he puts up 55.
Donnie, the math ain't mathing, baby.
The math's tough, but let's say he puts up, let's say he plays till 40.
Yeah.
I think he can do that. 41.
He's got to 40.
60,
He's got to
50,
play like
60
till
points.
42, 43, man.
60 points.
It's well documented that this program is not a math show. And I think Donovan's addition to it this morning, and of course, been on many, many times before, is just further cementing that fact.
Not a math show.
I don't see this
The
happening.
math ain't mathing, Donnie.
I don't see this happen one chance of it. I'll happily retract.
We'll circle back in 5 years while he's
give you
still
your
playing.
credit. I'll take you out for lunch if this happens, but I don't see him getting to number 11.
I think he could reasonably reach 1,600. Like, I wouldn't be totally surprised if he hits Joe Sakic. That's going to be a tough one, but that would be like we love Patrick Kane here. He's been
You love Patty Kane.
I love
I've
Patrick
always
Kane
been a
too.
Patrick
He's a good
Kane guy.
player.
I'm looking forward to chatting with Jesse Pierce. So when we talk about the Wild in the 10 o'clock hour, obviously she's south of the border. Michigan Mike, as he's well known, right beside Minnesota in the geography of the United States. His impact growing up on the game, and now he was involved in the fact that Modano finished his career with the Red Wings, Kane breaking the record in a Red Wings uniform. I think it's all very fitting and it kind of all ties together. So he's the best American player of all time. I don't think it's there are a lot of other great players, but I also don't think it's close.
Like
when you look at
actual
what he's accomplished.
Yeah, the talent wise, the points, the production, but then all the hardware as well.
For sure. Number 4, Donnie.
Number 4. We'll see at least 2 current playoff teams collapse post NHL break.
Collapse and
miss the playoff.
That's your definition of collapse, is fall out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
I could absolutely be in on this, but not because you use the word collapse, but because the fact that if you go down, there's 3 teams all within 6 points of a playoff spot right now. There actually is starting to get a little bit more separation inside the playoff races out east in particular. But yeah, I'm in just because of how many teams are still in the mix here.
Yeah, me too. There's just so much, like you say, Duke, the mushy middle, right? There's so many teams in the mix. 2 teams that, come to mind. Utah, Seattle.
I can't believe Seattle's still in a playoff spot.
We'll see.
All the credit to them in the world.
And then Buffalo out east. We'll see.
Buffalo's going to make the playoffs. I'm set on that.
Yeah, you're set?
I am.
Yeah, man. It's 67 points only. I hope. But we'll see. They're right in that mushy middle.
Right in the mushy middle. What teams are you looking at here, Donovan, as the ones you would consider falling out?
I need to see it with Buffalo. I need to see them make the playoffs before I can say I am fully confident in this team. Like, I could see a Buffalo collapse. I could see a Detroit collapse. These are 2 teams we've been talking about for what feels like the past decade as potential teams that could find a way to squeak into the playoffs and finally break over that hump. Those 2 teams I could see for sure. The Boston Bruins, I'm not a believer in whatsoever. The Pens I wouldn't consider myself a believer in. There's just so many teams in this mix here that Duke, even your Ducks right now, the Kraken, there are so many teams
don't worry, Ducks are going to make the playoffs.
that I question as to what is going to unfold post-Olympic break, and everything's so close. This is a crazy good year of hockey.
I've enjoyed it a lot. Now we're going to have to take a break from it here for a couple weeks and catch our breath. Thankfully, we'll have the Olympics to fill that gap, and hockey being the premier sport for a lot of us. But we just chatted with Kelsey about the bobsled. I love the skiing. My favorite addition to the Olympics, this is a big tangent, but is like the ski cross and the snow cross events. It's essentially a track course, but you're still just like racing against your opponent in real time, not just a timed event. They're on the track with you. I love those events. So those are some of my ones I'm most looking forward to at the Olympics. But I think Eddie's about to have an accident here, Donnie, so we better move on.
No, man, no accident. No. I'm just stretching the legs.
Oh, sure.
I do got to get to Elks Nation, though.
Very true.
Yes.
Very true.
Off to number 5, fellas. You're going to love this one. It is National Fun at Work Day. And today, in honor of Kevin's glorious time off, Kevin's worst take of the year was Zach Hyman would struggle to find success after his return from injury.
Now, I will give Kevin a little credit here. Did he not say that it would just be like in the immediate return, trying to get back into the swing of things, having not played for that long? It's not like Kevin said, when Zach Hyman comes back, he's going to be a fourth liner the rest of the year.
No, but he did say that Zach Hyman's injury...
Was this take when I was in Mexico?
Yes, this was when you were in Mexico. He was very concerned about Zach
it would
Hyman.
be like career impacting.
And this would severely hinder Zach Hyman in the not just immediate future, but the potential career.
KK would allude to, he's got the inside track, would hear some things about how the injury might be a little worse than we thought,
All right, go. I'll let you go first.
Well, I'll be in. I'm trying to think of some things that I've disagreed with him about and some funny takes over the years. It's just a blur. Yeah. So nothing really stands out. So I'll be in. There are some funny moments where, we'll have some jokes that are maybe couple of generations younger maybe than where KK's at, and he just goes over his head. There's those moments.
Yes. And then vice versa. He'll make a reference that whether it be you, Flemmer, Laddie, myself,
no idea,
any other person in the world, essentially, they just kind of stare at him with this blank look and say, what are you
just
talking
smile
about?
And nod.
Yeah. Just smile and be like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to be out, but not just because I wasn't here when this happened. I wasn't aware of this firm or the stance on it, really. I'm going to rewind back more. And I can't remember when exactly it was. It might have actually been in 2024, possibly, when he and Frank Saravalli got into a disagreement about face-offs in the NHL and about the rules of the face-off. And it was a 10-minute conversation that accomplished absolutely nothing.
And where their skates were,
the skates lining up, sticks down, sticks here, sticks
remember.
there. I was sitting behind the board, putting my head in my hands, and be like, "Can we talk about anything else, please?" And it wasn't even really a take by Kevin, but it was just an argument and a disagreement that was essentially pointless. And Kevin is staunch and adamant about it to this day. He has not backed off from this. The odd time it gets re-brought up, but that's where I will land on the most out there thing that Kevin has, stood business on, and I've just kind of been like, what are you talking about?
10 toes deep.
Yeah.
Clearly the worst one is him saying that peanut butter is bad.
Yeah, that's pretty egregious.
He doesn't say that it's bad. He just says he tried it when he was a kid, didn't like it, and now he's never tried it again.
Or willing
Bad
to.
take.
Yeah. Levers brought him a handmade peanut butter and jam sandwich in here that one day.
From a restaurant.
And Kevin wouldn't even...
And he said no, that's
he wouldn't
disgusting.
even try it.
Weak. That's weak.
Got to try new things, Kev. Maybe he'll get a little adventurous with his drinks while he's down in Mexico. Eddie, another episode of Elks Nation, heading down to record it with Deck right now. Any luck? You guys were planning on having Brock Mogensen on?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead with Brock. We were trying to get Austin Mack, but I think everything was developing a little too quick from the announcement yesterday. But lots to break down. We're going to obviously get into things with Brock Mogensen. Successful linebacker, had a good season this past year. The signing of Austin Mack, re-signing of Jared Brinkman on the D-line. Apparently, Javon Leak got his contract extended. So there's lots of happenings, man.
Very lots. And you can find that on Spotify, Apple, YouTube, pretty much anywhere you get your podcasts. Also articles and stuff up at elksnation.com. Eddie, have yourself a great weekend, man. Enjoy the Oilers game tomorrow night. No football on Sunday. First time in, what are we talking, 4 or 5 months?
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
It will. You'll find a way.
Oh, yeah,
You'll
I'll get
endure.
by.
Weather's going to be nice. Get outside. Go hang it. Go hone up your skills with the ODR.
Oh, I got to get my puck touches.
Got to get your game right.
Keep up the good work.
Got to get your game right. Have a great weekend, Eddie. We will see you on Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
Eddie Steele, Grey Cup champion in 2015, legend of the green and gold, and an all-decade player in the CFL. When we come back, we'll have some open time, catch up on some text messages, lots chiming in on Donovan's in or out topics today at 9:20. Russ Howard, an Olympic champion himself and analyst with the Scotties Tournament of Hearts this week. We'll talk about the Scotties. Alberta Selena Sturmey in a playoff spot here heading into the weekend playdowns, and also maybe get Russ's opinion on the Olympic curling that we're going to see and maybe how Canada's men's and women teams may fare over in Italy. 9:40, Matt Devlin, Toronto Raptors play-by-play man, will also be with us. Before all that, let's get to a Sports 1440 update brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding, awswelding.ca. Here is Donovan Paulson.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
It was game day last night as the Oilers came back from a 3-goal deficit to take down the Sharks 4-3 in overtime. The Habs got to the Avs 7-3. The Islanders hung on to beat their crosstown rival Rangers 2-1. The Sabres quadrupled up on the Kings 4-1. Wild took down the Flames. The Wings dropped 1-4-3 in the shootout despite Patrick Kane breaking the NHL's all-time scoring lead among American-born players. And the Canucks, they blanked the Ducks on the hard court. It was the Mavs falling to the Hornets 123-121, despite Cooper Flagg setting the NBA single-game points record for a teenager. Canadian Olympian Lindsey Vonn has been airlifted to the hospital after a crash. And a piece of NFL news from last night, the Falcons have hired their new GM and former Bears assistant GM, Ian Cunningham. Coming up, it's hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show. I'm Donovan Paulson. That's your Sports 1440 update.
1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
You matter. Your mental health matters, and you're braver than you think. Not Alone is an organization focused on creating a space of acceptance and support through tough, meaningful conversation. My name is Tyler Smith, and you are never alone. NotAloneCo.com. It's okay to not be okay.
The Bricks Friends and Family Sale is back. And for 4 days, we're extending our VIP offers to everyone. Get up to 30% off sofas, sectionals, bedroom, and dining furniture. Up to 40% off select mattresses. Plus, receive a 5% instant credit towards sleep accessories when you buy a mattress $7.99 or more. And buy more, save more. Get up to $1,000 off select major appliances. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
If you've got a smart speaker, get it to play Sports 1440.
And it doesn't matter when you listen as we roll out the Sports Talk
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Edmonton's home for sports radio is Sports 1440.
Vinny and Don in Hockey are dedicated to skill development for all hockey players. If you know a student athlete interested in growing as a person and a player, register for a free shadow day. Beginner or experienced, this program develops a student athlete skill in a supportive environment. It's a great opportunity for prospective student athletes entering grades 3 through 12 to see what Vinny and Donnan have to offer. Visit vinnyridge.epsb.ca or donnan.epsb.ca for more info and to sign up.
Oh, Canada. Jiffy Lube is here to keep you moving through mornings like these. Full synthetic oil changes, quality Pennzoil products, tire checks, battery tests, and everything else your car needs to get through our winters. Stop by Jiffy Lube for fast, easy, warranty-approved service. No appointment, no hassle. Just dependable service right when you need it. Jiffy Lube, keeping you moving through this.
Crave is home to the reality hits everyone is talking about.
The stakes are high and trust is low.
Including the Emmy-winning series, The Traitors.
The gloves are off, and we're going to be throwing haymakers right from the beginning.
Get ready for even more murder and mayhem from celebrity contestants like Mama Kelsey and Lisa Rinna.
I'm going to play this game in a way that no one's ever played it.
The Traitors. Stream now on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Let's play.
Myself on what was supposed to be a dry run. Now I've got a bit of a mess on my hands. That's Arrested Development when he's trying over the Blue Man Group and he covers himself in all the blue.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
Welcome back into the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas in for Kevin today and next week as well, as he's very quickly, if not already, en route to Cabo Wabo. A little beachside vacation for Kevin and Laura. Very well deserved. Wishing them safe travels and a enjoyable holiday. Alongside, I got Donovan Paulson. We got Mac, the intern, on the ones and twos now, getting her reps in. Josh Fenwick keeping us online on the stream. You can watch us on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, and of course, listening along online as well, sports1440.ca, iHeartRadio, TuneIn app, you name it. And then there's the old reliable, trusty AM radio dial. My personal favorite. Some people's vehicles don't even come with AM radio anymore. And I say, I would complain about that. I wouldn't buy that vehicle. I need it. I need terrestrial radio. We're just after 9 o'clock, and the text line, 1-833-414-1440, is absolutely jumping for a number of reasons. Some of them talking about Donovan's in or out topics. Some of them talking about the Edmonton Elks and their recent additions. Dale from the Hill says, Kelsey Mitchell, what an athlete. Still have fond memories of following her during the 2020 Olympics. Edmonton Sherwood Park area should be very proud of her. Good luck in Italy. P.S. Jesse Lumsden, former CFLer, also made the transition to bobsledding and became an Olympian. Dale from the Hill. Hey, Dale, great fun fact. Thank you for that. Yeah, Kelsey will be the 14th Canadian to participate in both summer and winter Olympics. And as we discussed with her, you think about it, at face value, riding a bicycle and doing the bobsled doesn't seem like there's a lot of comparables. But then, all right, well, what's the strength of each of those specific athletes? Yeah, the power in their legs, right? Between the push to get that speed right off the hop, pushing your sled, dodoy, and then obviously the leg power for cyclists is paramount. So a little fun trivia of my own for the three individuals behind the board here. When Kelsey won her event at the 2020 Olympics, she became the second Canadian to take home that gold medal. Do you know who the first was?
Was it Lorianne Munzer?
Bingo, bango, bongo. Josh Fenwick. Johnny on the spot. Now, was that a guess? Because just context clues would tell you that. Why else would I know that stat? Or?
No, but she's one-time Olympic.
Can you name any other Canadian track cyclists?
I cannot. It's obviously like I know, but Kelsey won on the velodrome, which I'm very aware that like Lorianne has won before. Like I had to go get pictures, and then you do a little bit of reading, and then you're like, oh man. And also she's been working hard to promote the new velodrome we have here in
just opened up. It's today. This afternoon is the grand opening to the public. I think it starts at 11, runs through 2:00. If anybody's interested, I don't know if you needed an invitation. Now that I say that, because Lorianne invited me, you might need an invitation. But go check it out anyway. Because it's not just velodrome. They got the pools, track, I think some basketball courts. I know Reed Clark was down there checking it out earlier this week. So really, really exciting at Coronation for that new facility right here in our own city. Donovan, your first question about the Oilers developing an identity to start games. Got a lot of people fired up. Rob Wallace, can you say Jonathan Toews? Is that meaning he wants Jonathan Toews as a trade target for the Edmonton Oilers to bring his experience, his leadership, his veteran presence as a potential new third-line center for the Oilers? Still really good on faceoffs. Still kill some penalties. But the, former era of Jonathan Toews, if you've watched him in Winnipeg this year, great story to make the comeback. He's obviously not the same player. And, this isn't a profound statement saying that. Father time comes for everyone, and taking a year plus off from the game, it's not going to do you any favors. But, hey, he's back, and he's still doing a few things really well. Brent, they need to set the tone and not let the other team set the tone. I say by throwing the body. All right. The Rig, they need to do something early. This sleepwalking through 40 minutes needs to stop. And Sean, it's almost like the Oilers know they can come back 90% of the time no matter what they do. So they just don't give a bleep to have a solid start to games. Whatever happens, happens. That one from Sean. Yeah, it is something that has plagued this team. And not just this week, not just this month, not just this season. Like this version of the Edmonton Oilers has often had this problem. Now, when they score first, they're nearly unbeatable. But for the second game in a row, they have won a game after giving up the first goal, which prior this season, I think it only happened 4 times out of 24 chances. Is that what the stat was, Donovan? I know Gregor had tweeted that out last night after the game. It's
26, I think.
26.
4 of 26.
Thank you. So, hey, things are looking up in that front. Their ability to overcome early adversity has improved, which isn't shocking because I wonder how many of those games came in the first month and a half of the year where the team was just downright awful. Be worth diving into. Triple C in a truck. Everybody tried to bring their breast against MJ, and that's what people do against Connor. Yeah, 100% Triple C. And that was kind of DVD's point, that the Oilers serve as a benchmark because of the players they possess. Guys like Macklin Celebrini, who are at this next wave, they want to show that they can play with the very best. And frankly, last night, Celebrini, who got the Draisaitl matchup for most of the game, and then when Draisaitl and Leon were playing together, I thought he held his own just fine. End of game execution for the Sharks in 6-on-5 left a lot to be desired. But this is a young team. They're going to make a lot of mistakes. Lots of positives to draw on, though. And then your final one, Donovan, about the worst Kevin Karius take of this year. 3-Pete Forsberg. Yesterday, KK said that Laddie had, quote, end quote, banged 500 dudes. Not sure if that qualifies as a take, but it's an interesting one. And then Matt and Leduc, is that take worse than banging 500 guys with Laddie yesterday? Good point. You got that ready to fire her? In case anybody missed it yesterday, talking about the physicality of playing in the NHL, Kevin Karius said this to former NHLer Ladislav Schmid. Interesting choice of words. Interesting choice of words.
You tell me, laddie, you bang 500 guys.
Okay, we just wanted to play it again for the YouTubers so they couldn't hear it the first time. That time they did. Yeah. Hey, God love him. God love him. When we come back, we're going to talk a little curling. Scotty's Tournament of Hearts rolling on. Group play wrapped up last night. We've got our playoff team set, starting with some 1-2 crossover games, and then Page playoff later on tonight as well. Russ Howard, Olympic gold medalist, Brier champion many times over, and now analyst with TSN, curling on TSN. He will guest with us right here on the Kevin Karius Show. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin today. Josh Fenwick, Donovan Paulson, and Mackenzie the intern all alongside. You can watch us. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
The new double cheesy melt at McDonald's. We're talking 2 juicy, mouth-watering 100% Canadian beef patties, 2 slices of cheesy goodness, with even more melty, cheesy sauce on top. Topped with pickles, then crispy and grilled onions. The way it all comes together, you don't just eat it, you melt into it. The double cheesy melt, only at McDonald's. For a limited time only at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Remember 2025? That's so last year. But seriously, St. Albert Dodge needs to clear some 2025 models off the lot to make room for new inventory. So they're having a huge clear out of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59.9. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before they are gone. Just head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Legacy Heating and Cooling sucks. Yeah, Legacy can now suck your ducts with professional duct cleaning, furnace cleaning, and dryer vent cleaning.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
When you need the filth sucked from your air ducts.
Call Legacy.
When you want cleaner air for your family.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Legacy now offers air duct cleaning. Book in today. Just call Legacy.
Sports 1440 is your front row seat to the wild world of sports. Local legends, national headlines, and everything in between. Your game, your station. This is Sports 1440.
Exciting news from St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. They have a great selection and a bunch of colors to choose from. And if you've checked out the Sport, you know it comes in some fun colors. Rugged capability, practical off-road features, and you can get behind the wheel for as low as $49,900. That's right. Put yourself in a brand new Jeep Gladiator Sport for less than $50,000. What more can you ask for? Time to head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Across rural Alberta, volunteers and community groups work hard to make life better for their neighbors, creating new playgrounds, better rinks, and gathering places that bring us together. Vision Credit Union is proud to lend these local heroes a helping hand. Apply today for a Helping Hand grant up to $10,000 to support your community's next big idea. Let's make great things happen together. Applications are open until January 31st, 2026. Learn more at whatsyourshare.ca.
If you manage or lead a team, join your peers April 14th to 17th at the Banff Management Course. PA Douglas Training invites you to 3 days of immersive leadership development in beautiful Banff, Alberta. Learn how to manage conflict, motivate and influence others, strengthen teamwork and improve productivity. Proudly Canadian, PA Douglas has trained over 150,000 professionals. Registration includes 3 nights at the Banff Springs Hotel, breakfast, select meals, refreshments, and course materials. Register now at padouglas.ca.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
$9:21 in Edmonton. Welcome back to the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas in for Kevin this morning. We got Donovan Paulson, Josh Fenwick, Mackenzie the intern, all in studio with us as well. And excited to welcome in our next guest, returning to the program, Brier champion, world champion, and Olympic gold medalist, Russ Howard, Canadian Sport Hall of Famer. Russ, as always, thanks so much for jumping on with us here to talk a little curling as we head into the final weekend of the Scotties Tournament of Hearts and just under a week away from Olympics getting underway from Italy. Thanks for jumping on today.
You bet. Anytime, guys.
So, Russ, we got our playoff bracket set for the Scotties, going to get underway here at 1 o'clock. Out east. Now, Nova Scotia, with 2 teams in the mix here, Christina Black's going to take on Caitlin Laws, and then Beth Peterson, the other Manitoba team, both represented as well, will take on Canadian Carrie Anderson's rink. So when you look at these, they were the top 4 teams across the pool here in the past week plus. Anything jumping out at you at first glance of saying one team that really, really blew you away and to start the playoff bracket should be kind of leaned on as maybe the favorites here?
Well, maybe not the favorites because they don't have an experience, but Nova Scotia definitely blew me away. They were just crazy good. Taylor Stevens yesterday afternoon was a one-man wrecking crew. Yeah. She was 100% going into the ninth end with some very difficult shots. Missed both her shots in the ninth end by a fraction, and she went from 2 up with the hammer to 1 down coming home. And composed herself and made that Jennifer Jones in off to win the game. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, I caught the end of that game just when I got home from the studio. And then last night's draw, I mean, the playoff teams were decided, but a little bit of jostling for position still to be done. So when you compare like the inexperience of a Taylor Stevens team and, the impressive work she put together this week and contrast that with the other Nova Scotia ranking, Christina Black, and she's having herself, the whole team, a great year, of course, coming up just short at the Olympic trials and now coming in second in the pool from the B side of things. It's got to be a pretty exciting time for the East Coasters rooting on their respective curling clubs.
Well, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the first time ever for two Nova Scotia teams to make the playoffs the same season, because normally there's only one in it.
Right.
And with Christina Black having such a good year, getting in on the CTRS points, that left room for the other Nova Scotia team who's made no mistake. So that's pretty exciting. And then you got three Manitoba teams in it.
Crazy. I want to dive into the rest of the playoff teams and how things might shake out here over the weekend with you, Russ, for a moment. But there was a lot of really inexperienced curlers at the Scotties this year, and skips in particular. A ton of first-timers representing their province with their rinks here. Not all of them, of course, have the most success. There's a big learning curve that comes with getting to an event of this scale. But in terms of, I just asked you, of the playoff teams, did somebody blow you away? Were there any in particular standouts from these first-time skips that, even if they didn't win a ton of games or, of course, make the playoffs, that you kind of looked at and said, wow, we definitely need to be keeping tabs on this group moving forward in years future?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. New Brunswick sticks out to me, actually. Forsyth, they were took a couple teams right down the bitter end, didn't win them, and as usual, Melanie Forsyth's percentages will tell you the tale. She was 69% after the first three games because she plays on dead straight slow ice, and I've been bitching about this since 1998 when I moved to New Brunswick. Your athletes have to train on the similar surface, right? You wouldn't want to play in slow greens and go to Augusta,
right?
So, and that's what hurts these teams. And I've been saying it on television. They're sick of me saying it. She was 69% in her first three games, lost them all. She was 88 the rest of the week. No skip was 88 for the week. So there's a quality team that just could not prepare properly.
Right.
So, if they could somehow show up here getting used to this, 6 feet of curl and lightning fast underfoot, they maybe don't drop their first three games and they're in the playoffs.
Hall of Fame curler Russ Howard with us here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Now, Russ, you touch on that there, and you and Joe and Vic, you talk about it all the time in the broadcast about when teams come to these events and the ice is so much different than maybe they're seeing at their local rinks or even on the tour at times. How much is the adaptability and changing on the fly to your game plan, to your shot calling, how much ice you're taking? Like, how much does that factor in along with actually, the execution of the shots with their weight, with your line and things of that nature?
It's absolutely everything. And I know people think we're making excuses for the athletes, but it's not like you're trying to draw the 8 foot with no rocks in play. It's not like you're trying to, make a wide open hit. Some of these shots are, double angle raises. They're coming through ports and you're tapping one on a corner and you're drawing the edge of the pin through a port. The precision has to be so good. So again, back to somebody like New Brunswick, halfway down, you're going lots of room. Oh, what happened to that one? Right. Yeah. And it's the wrong event to be trying to figure out a surface you've never played on when you're playing Carrie Anderson.
No doubt. And 2 Alberta teams were represented this week, which of course is always a fun time for our local element. And out of our own Saville Center, Selena Sturmay's rink, she does get through as a third place team in her pool. It was a pretty up and down week for Selena Sturmay on the personal note. Some games she was absolutely nails, and then others she struggled quite a bit more, including last night in her conclusion, a chance to try and grab second place and avoid the longer road to a potential gold medal match. What have you seen from Sturmay and her team this week that gives you some confidence here heading into the playoff round?
They're a good, solid, and actually say consistent team. And you're right. What happens with this 5 rock, no tick stuff and all kinds of curl is you get down a couple to whoever, a good team, and maybe third, fourth, fifth end, you start to press a bit, and you say, well, I better get my deuce back here, or I have to steal, and you take a few chances, and the rocks build up, and all of a sudden you give up a steal of 3 kind of thing. It's then all of a sudden you're playing hero shots as a skip for the rest of the the 4 or 5 ends that are left, and your percentage just goes in the tank. So sometimes the percentages are extremely, they'll fool you for sure. And I thought she's played really well herself.
Yeah.
Her third's playing great. There's no reason why they can't. Anybody that's in this thing now can win it. They really can. Like, we've seen a lot of upsets. It tends to come down to the first 2 or 3 ends, and whoever catches onto the surface first gets that lead. And then, you throw one in the button, you throw a guard because the other team's throwing a corner, they double guard it. And all of a sudden, if your second stone's not making those run back doubles, your skip's looking at a picket fence. And the teams, there's been a lot of blowouts this week.
Yeah. Russ Howard with us here on the Kevin Karius Show. So, Russ, Sturmate earlier the week put up the 7 spot, a 7-ender here at a Scotties game over all your years, whether it be at the pro ranks or even coming up when maybe you're dominating the local clubs a little bit more. You get any 7-enders or even an 8-ender in your time?
Oh, you're going to make me brag now. I've had 3 8-enders.
Unreal.
Yeah, it is unreal. It's shockingly unreal. And I don't know how, just got lucky, but and one of them was in the Guinness Book of Records for a little while because we stole it. Yeah, that's yeah, I know.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So you got to play against the right teams, right?
Absolutely. And like you mentioned it right off the hop, obviously so much luck involved in to make it something like that happen. To even have just keep your own rocks in play, let alone the other team have essentially nothing. It was a great accomplishment for Sturmay and a fun moment in what was another great event of curling that's going to come to a conclusion here over the weekend. So this afternoon's games, Russ, Christina Black playing Caitlin Laws, and then Beth Peterson going up against Carrie Anderson. Now, Peterson was a team that really, I think, surprised a lot of people. The change in their personnel, right? Kelsey, formerly Rock, now throwing Skip Stones, but Beth Peterson and calling the game, but Beth Peterson still, the name on the mantle for the team. Yeah. Talk a little bit about that dynamic, making that change mid-season and overcoming the potential adversity that it could cause to now have a chance to compete for a championship at a Canadian level.
I think it's absolutely brilliant. And I give Beth all the credit in the world because, you think it's a demotion and the top curlers realize it's not, but you need a different skill set at skip than you do at third, in my opinion. And Beth is very, very, I don't want to say hyper, but very energetic out there. And if you're a skip, it's the 10th end. Beth knows she's probably going to have to draw the forfeit to win or lose the game. And she's down at the far end by herself on an island, right?
Yeah.
She's nobody really to talk to or vent to or relax. Whereas I think Calvert is built to be a skip. She loves to draw. Like last night was a good example. She made a wonderful draw in a real tricky spot. Anything narrow, it's gone. Anything wide, they could oversweep it. And to me, if you can't draw, you can't skip. And not that Beth can't draw, but her forte is hitting with speed. And it's just they're both in a better spot, and it's just made this team way better.
Now, Russ, Carrie Anderson's team is wearing the maple leaf in lieu of Rachel Homan and her team preparing to head out to Italy here for the Olympics. I want to touch on them in a moment. But this is a team that has gone through its own, bits of turbulence over the years. That they won all those consecutive Scotties a couple years ago. For your money, when you look at this team top through bottom, does it still have the highest ceiling of any team in the field? Maybe save Rachel Homan's who's not there this year.
Yeah, they do. They really do because they're. I just finishing my stats just before you gave me a call, and they were kind of in the middle of the pack for a while. All of a sudden, at the end of the week, they're number 1 now. This team, all 4 of them are. Wow. I think 3 of them are at 80. 3 of them are at 85, and Carly the lead's at 89 or something. Wow. And they're now there's Laws, Black. They're close to. You're talking a couple points here or there, but they're the cream of the crop. And we all said coming in it's hers to lose. But it's closer than I thought.
Yeah, you and me both.
The teams are in the playoffs, Sturmay included. One given game could knock up Carrie Anderson. There's no question about it. So, and this game here is ridiculously important because even though some of these teams, Laws and Peterson, are undefeated, Anderson's the 4-time champion. Yeah. You lose this game, you have to win 4 sudden death games. Which is craziness. It's a stupid draw, to be honest. Jacobs had to go through it last year. He went 8-0.
Yes.
Loses on the last shot to Brad Gushu and has to win 4 sudden-death games to win the Brier.
Yeah, it becomes a very daunting task all of a sudden, especially when you're talking, you're not playing four straight wins against some of these first-year skips that populate the field. All of a sudden, you're going against the other best teams that played all week. So it makes that path very, very difficult, if not near impossible. As Russ Howard with us here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Russ, I did want to get your thoughts before we let you go about the upcoming Olympics over in Italy. And you know, Rachel Homan and her team, they've been so dominant over the past couple of years, borderline unbeatable at times. Now they have a chance to head over there and bring home gold for Team Canada, but the field has gotten so good around them. Do you, in your eyes, do they still enter as the de facto favorites, and does their fact of having been to Olympics previously really serve them well here and kind of overcoming some of the noise and the surrounding hoopla that is the Olympic Games?
Yeah, great point. That's a good question. They're going in as the favorites, and I hate that. I just hate that. The year I won with Brad, we were ranked 9th out of 10 teams to win the Canadian trials. When we win the Canadian trials, now we're ranked number 1 to bring back a gold medal. And that Maple Leafs heavy, man. It's when you're supposed to win. I remember we won our first game of the Olympics, lost our second game, and all of a sudden the newspapers are, we got to look at our format. Why are we sending this young kid? Mm-hmm. You know, why is the 50-year-old still curling? You know, it was quite negative for a few days, and we went something like 6-3 and didn't play well at all, and then we turned it around when we had to. But yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on Rachel. Can she handle it? 100%. The key there is Tracy. Tracy Fleury, in my opinion, has been as good a curler as Rachel, or better, for 5 or 6 years. Don't forget, Tracy skipped and lost in an extra end to go to the trials herself. The same year that Rachel's team played poorly. So, but it's her first Olympics. It's Rachel's third. It's her first. So if Tracy performs the way Tracy can, I think they're the favorites.
No, and you touch on, of course, your Olympic experience with that Gushu team back in 2006, which was also in Italy at Turin. If you can, just maybe some real memories. I know you touched on how you guys struggled a little bit out the gate before turning things on, but what was that experience like for you as the savvy vet on that team of upstarts from out east?
Oh, it was a Disney movie, to be honest. You know, here I am, my careers. I'm on the 19th hole of my career, and these other guys weren't given any credit because they were still so young and weren't really proven in the men's game. And we just clicked. It just maybe a little bit of get the broom in the right spot for me, and maybe the odd strategy decision that Brad might or might not have made, and then the talent from these kids, Mark and Brad especially, they were just lights out. So, and again, we kind of went in there thinking at the trials for sure. We went in there ranked 9th, and we beat my brother. And went, wow, that's kind of cool. And then we beat Furby and went, wait a minute. And it was one of those. So it's between the years is the big trick. It really is. The trials were easier because we had no expectations. And when you start getting expectations like all the Canadian teams have because of the media, in my opinion, we personally, if let's pick Jacobs, if he comes 3rd or 4th, Russ Howard's going to say they had a great year. Are they good enough to win? 100%. But it's just the numbers game now. There's just too many good teams.
The field's gotten so competitive and for so long. And it said it's not a knock on the Canadian game, which is as good as it's ever been. But everyone else does catch up eventually. And we're seeing that in hockey when Canada's playing at the World Juniors and even, of course, the Olympics, which is going to be an exciting part as well. Russ, last one before I let you go. You talked about your 8-ender, or one of your 8-enders, since you have a couple, putting in the Guinness Book of World Records. How about this? I'm not sure you were 50 years old during that 2006 Olympics, the oldest Canadian to win an Olympic gold medal. So still got that feather in your cap to trot around and brag about here. Russ, looking forward to you and Vic and Joe on the call here over the weekend. Great conclusion to what's already been a great Scotties Tournament of Hearts in Mississauga. Thanks a lot for your time and have a great weekend.
Thank you, guys. Take her easy.
Russ Howard, Olympic champion, world champion, Brier champion curler, and member of the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame as a result. When we come back, Matt Devlin from the Toronto Raptors play-by-play team. He will join us to talk some Raps as they're in action tonight, taking on Orlando. We'll get his thoughts on the team. Lots of trade speculation around the association. Could the Raptors maybe be on the mix for it? Some all-star nods, snubs, etc. We'll break it all down with Matty D here right after the break. Brandon Douglas in for Kevin this morning. Josh Fenwick, Donovan Paulson, Mackenzie the intern, all alongside on the Kevin Karius Show. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
A booster bar from Booster Juice will fix me.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, because they're new. Snack-sized bars packed with seeds, pecans, gluten-free oats, all sorts of good stuff.
That sounds lovely, actually.
2 different flavors to try, too. Coconut pecan booster bars and harvest booster bars. Want to skip breakfast with me?
I take it back. You make good choices.
Booster Juice, Canadian-born, blending since 1999.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Happy New Year. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for everything in 2025. With your help and your support, we fed almost 500 families. We donated to various charities in the Edmonton area, and we're going to do it again in 2026. Please stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
The Hockey Super League is proud to launch its 9th season, delivering independent, borderless hockey. This year, over 125 teams will compete across Alberta, Saskatchewan, and for the first time ever, Colorado, USA, which showcase style action, cross-province rivalries, and a strong commitment to player development. The HSL is the premier destination for families seeking balance and athletes chasing the next level. The Hockey Super League. Hockey without limits. For athletes born in 2013 to 2018. Visit hockeysuperleague.com to learn more.
Mr. Rooter goes skiing.
Sick gear, Mr. Rooter. Are you ready to hit the slopes?
Not yet. I need to report a possible crime.
Oh no, what's happening?
I saw a bunch of hooligans discussing shredding the half pipe. As a plumber, I've taken the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm and act in the best interest of all pipes, whether PVC, copper, or otherwise.
It's made of snow, Mr. Rooter.
Snow? Things are worse than I had feared.
There's no better plumber than Mr. Rooter.
This is Andrew Walker, host of the postgame show on Sports 1440. After every hockey game this season, tune in and chime in as we talk about the game. It's all sponsored by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Don't get left in the cold. Visit legacyheating.ca.
Why pay dealership prices when you can get the same quality for less? Hi, it's Lisa, and here at Ed's Auto Salvage, we've been Alberta's trusted source for used auto parts for nearly 50 years. From engines to mirrors, transmissions to tires, we've got it all at prices guaranteed to keep your wallet happy. Shop local, shop smart. Shop Ed's Auto Salvage in Westlock. Be sure to visit us online at edsautosalvage.com and get your vehicle back on the road for less.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
Welcome back into the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440, 941 in Edmonton. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin this morning. And it's time for our game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. Great selection, many colors to pick from. $49.9 get you behind the wheel. Brand new Jeep Gladiators. That's right, below $50K. Check them out only at StAlbertDodge.com. We welcome back Toronto Raptors play-by-play man Matt Deck to the program. Matt, thanks so much for hopping on a game day for Toronto down in Orlando to take on the Magic. Appreciate your time here on a Friday morning.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
So, Matt, the Raptors continue to, defy expectations a little bit this year. They've been doing it essentially from the onset of the season, currently sitting fourth in the Eastern Conference. Tough matchup tonight with the Magic, who are, trying to battle for playoff positioning themselves as well. But as we get to closer and closer to the All-Star break and things kind of continue to shimmy and shake out around the league, How surprised are you? Is surprise now in the rearview mirror for how this team seems to perform on a very near night in and night out basis?
Yeah, I'm not that surprised. I thought that during training camp that this was a team that could finish in the top six in the Eastern Conference. Started out 1-4, some great adjustments by the coaching staff, Darko Rajakovic and his assistants, and how they went about things defensively. And then it was ultimately this collection of players kind of finding a rhythm with each other, because Brandon Ingram didn't play, although he was traded to Toronto last year, didn't play last year with the Raptors. And so it just takes a little bit of time. Jakob Poeltl, he's been out with a lower back issue. So, a lineup that, has seen RJ Barrett in and out, unfortunately, with an ankle injury and a knee injury. He's now coming back. Colin Murray-Boyles with a thumb injury. It's a team that has found some rhythm for key points. They just were out west, won 4 in a row, came home for 1. They did lose to New York, kind of looked like in the second half a team that was traveling west to east to be there for 1 game before heading to Orlando. But it's a team that guards. Ultimately, the reason why they are where they are is because they've done a superb job every single night, playing hard and guarding. And they've been able to overcome their lack of three-point shooting, consistent lack of three-point shooting, to be where they are right now. And I'm excited for this group. They're a fun group to watch. And tonight, as you mentioned, Orlando, they've been scuffling a little bit. They've been dealing with injuries. But this is a Magic team that went out last offseason, brought in Desmond Bane, gave up 4 first-round picks, as well as a pick swap to bring him over from Memphis, really to help their three-point shooting, which was dead last year. But they're a team that, when healthy, they're young and they can be dangerous.
Toronto Raptors play-by-play man Matt Devlin with us here on the Kevin Karius Show. So, Matt, and we're well past the halfway point of the season here, and maybe it's an unfair question for a group that does do it by collective so much and different guys stepping up on given nights. But at this point of the season, who do you peg as the team's MVP? Ingram, of course, leads the team in scoring, but Scotty Barnes' impact at both ends of the court certainly cannot be ignored. Or is there a dark horse candidate that maybe you would put ahead of either one of those two guys?
Brandon, I think that the 1-2 punch of Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram, it's like 1 and 1A.
Right.
Brandon Ingram he's just a bucket getter. He's a scorer. Late shot clock situations, mid-range, is just, exceptional. He's in a league of his own when it comes to that. Him and DeMar DeRozan and Kevin Durant, players that, can get theirs. And when you look at what Scotty Barnes, I think both of them will be all-stars. That's going to be named on Sunday. I would be shocked if they both weren't all-stars for the Raptors, given the fact that they're 4th in the Eastern Conference. But Scotty Barnes, when you look at what he does defensively now here in his 5th year, he can guard 1 through 5. He can guard point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, center. And so his ability to guard 1 through 5, and then also with injuries to Jakob Poeltl as well as others, he's had to play multiple positions as well. And he's, the only player in the NBA with over 60 steals and 60 blocks. And he's, a player that has 101 career double-doubles now. He's climbing the ranks of, Raptors history in that category already. He's just a presence. And it takes a lot out of you to guard the multiple positions that he does, but yet every single night, he's somebody that, can give you 19, can get 8, 9, 10 rebounds and 6, 7, or 8 assists. And he's really next level. So to me, Scotty would be right there as that guy, to your point, Brandon. And then 1A would be Brandon Ingram.
So, Matt, you mentioned about, Barnes' versatility being such a boost to this team and having to play at each position across the court. The one major knock, I guess, I've seen floated around about this team is their lack of, the traditional big man and their weird approach to the center position. Now, Jakob Poeltl, it's his importance to the team has really been evident in my eyes since this injury has kind of sidelined him. And that takes me to the point of, as we approach the trade deadline, do you see the Raptors being active in this market to try and address that point? Or do you think they're pretty satisfied with this by collective, everybody pitch in, even if you have to do something a little out of your comfort zone at times for the betterment of the team?
Yeah, in today's NBA, there's so much conversation about positionless basketball, but you do need a rim protector. Jakob has been so important, even in the offensive realm of the team with his screen assists. But you do need size, right? And if you don't have size in the middle, you need size on the wings. The Raptors have that with Scotty and BI and RJ. That's why the team is struggling. RJ hasn't been on the floor. But that's something that, the traditional big is really, there's not many traditional bigs left. Donovan Clingan for the Portland Trail Blazers, but he can step outside and shoot a three. So they're trying to create as much space out there, as many lanes as possible to get in the paint, and then you spray it out from there. So do they need some size? They do. Is this something that they could address at the deadline? Maybe. Is it going to be a blockbuster type deal? I'm not sure that's what it's going to be. I could see them, there's been so many rumors out there about some, players that, could fill a need, a void, right, to give you some minutes. Sandro Mamukelashvili, by the way, who Bobby Webster and his staff picked up in the offseason as a free agent, has been huge because he's somebody that can space the floor, play a small ball five, and he's been really good. Colin Murray Boyles, their 9th overall selection, is an undersized big. His rebounding and how his game is coming on has been really essential for this team, his ability to guard multiple players. But it could be something, it's kind of one of those like, hey, do you look for something kind of on the fringes that could help depending upon, the uncertainty of when Jakob would return. So I could see them maybe going out and getting a big, but I don't know that it would be a massive splash name that people would be like, the market, as you know, Brandon's really changing, in that regard. You look at the Trae Young deal from Atlanta to Washington. So it's going to be an interesting deadline. All the talk obviously is about Giannis,
No doubt. Toronto Raptors play-by-play man Matt Devlin, our guest here on the Kevin Carey Show. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin this morning. Raptors in action tonight against the Orlando 5:30 tip-off from down in Florida. So you mentioned Giannis, and the Raptors, because of the, maybe you said, surprise of many, not yourself, as you mentioned off the hop, but the success this year, have been tied to some of these bigger names as a big splash. Now, from what I've kind of read, listened to, and heard from people that are a little bit closer to things, they say that Bobby Webster and company don't seem particularly interested in sacrificing so much of the future for the ad of Anthony Davis, Giannis Antetokounmpo, the big names out there. But is it something they're at least exploring and mulling about inside the building by your estimation, Matt, or is it completely off the table?
Well, you know what, Brandon? I think any executive in the NBA, NHL, NFL, whatever league, I think when these names come up, I think there's always a discussion.
Right.
I think with Giannis, the interesting thing there is, who has what Milwaukee can truly sell to their fans and say, hey, we're hitting a reset. Because the impact of Giannis in Milwaukee is immense. They have a new building, and a lot of that is, the success and of that team with Giannis, and people travel from all over Wisconsin and the Midwest to see him play. They built a new arena, and around that, they have an entire area called the Deer District. And so the economic impact that he has brought, and I've been in Milwaukee when they didn't have Giannis and the team wasn't that good. And Marquette University, the college basketball team in town, would get 18,000 and they're getting 12,000, right? So it'll be interesting to see. There's a lot of rumors about New York, but they can't offer any picks right now. From what I have heard, they could offer 2 in the summertime. You look around, Miami, I think, could offer 2, but in the summertime, they could offer 4. So the packages could be bigger in the summertime for those 2 teams, for instance.
Right.
San Antonio is an intriguing one because you put him next to Wemby, but do they want to break that team up? It's a young team, exciting team, and you're hearing from different people that I've talked to that they don't want to. OKC, they have obviously all the necessary draft capital to do a deal. Do you see them getting involved? No, based upon where they're the reigning NBA champs and feel pretty certain that they could get back there again without them. The latest one is Minnesota. So it'll be interesting. Golden State's name's out there, obviously. But the biggest thing is that you have to look at, from John Horst's standpoint in Milwaukee, who's a GM, how many draft picks? If Desmond Bane got 4 first-round picks, how many draft picks can Giannis get? And in addition to that, who do you have? Is there a compelling young piece that's going to come back? And then in the NBA, your money has to match up, right? It's got to be within a certain range. And so it'll be fascinating to see if this is able to get done here over the next 6 days, or, as many people have speculated, it's best to get it done for the organization in the summertime. But we'll see how that plays out.
Matt Devlin with us here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440, Toronto Raptors play-by-play, man. So, Matt, you mentioned the 2 headlining pieces, Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram, expected to be named to the All-Star game via the coaches' vote for the reserves here on Sunday. But a couple names already listed for them heading to the Rising Stars game. The Elijah Martin from down at the 905. And then, of course, Colin Murray-Boyles, a player you touched on, having a nice impact on the team here in his first season. Jamal Shedd was not named to it, but I was having a joke with our digital producer, Josh Fleming, who's a huge hoops guy, saying it doesn't really matter. It's the Rising Stars game. It's not going to put any damper on Jamal Shedd's season for not going. But particularly with Murray-Boyles and Shedd and as Rising Stars, talk a little bit more about how much of a benefit they've been to this club in what's been a good season so far.
Well, for Jamal Shedd, I mean, his mindset is just winning, right? When asked about, not getting selected, it was totally, the conversation was about the team and, what he wanted to accomplish with the team and for the team. And Jamal's been amazing. He's a 4-year player out of the University of Houston, coached by Kelvin Sampson, who's coached, not only at Oklahoma, Indiana, coached at the NBA level, now back at the University of Houston, and has done an amazing job there. And, Jamal came in as a little bit older rookie, 22 years of age, and made an impact immediately. He knows how to run a team. He's in his 2nd year now. He can get the team into their offense defensively. He's exceptional. He's one of the top players in the league and drawing offensive fouls. Yeah. He's top 2 in the league in assists off of the bench. He also, when you look at fourth quarter specifically, he's 6th in the NBA in assists in the fourth quarter. So he's an impactful presence. He's an impactful player. And then Colin Murray-Boyles just keeps getting better and better and better. And that's another tip to the cap to, Bobby Webster and his staff as a 9th overall selection. He's 6'7", undersized, big, but he's learning to stretch it out and to shoot the 3, can guard multiple positions, and really has great physicality to his game. And that certainly is significant and allows him to play against bigger players, but yet is also not only physical enough, but also then just quick enough to guard, out on the wing or sometimes even a point guard. So he's been awesome, and he keeps getting better. He's been bothered by, he's a left-handed shooter. He's been bothered by, a left thumb injury, which he has a little bit of padding on. It was bothering him, and then about a week and a half ago in LA, Luka Doncic came down on his hand, and that set him back. He missed a week, a little bit over a week, but he's somebody that you have to be very excited about the future.
Matt, excellent insight as always. Always enjoy the conversations we get to have with you here on the station. Have a great call tonight, a great weekend, and we'll look forward to catching up with you again another time soon. Appreciate your time this morning.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it.
Matt Devlin, voice of the Toronto Raptors. Raps taking on Orlando tonight, 5:30 tip-off down at the home of the Magic. And that was our game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge. Clearouts on remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller. Great selection to pick from, starting at just $59.9. Expect them to sell fast, so come in before they are gone. StAlbertDodge.com. At top of the hour, we will catch up on the text line, 1-833-401-1440. Squeeze in a few more of your song requests to get through the final hour of the show. And then at 10:20, Jesse Pierce from NHL.com covering the Minnesota Wild will give us a look ahead to tomorrow night's game with the Oilers hosting the Minnesota Wild. Before that, let's get to a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Sean Cunningham of RE/MAX Real Estate. Get the home team advantage for your next move in the Edmonton area. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, call or text Sean directly, 780-265-0165. Here is Donovan Paulson.
She has it on preview. Wow.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Only one game on your NHL slate tonight as the Hawks host the Blue Jackets. Puck drop going just after 6:30 on the hard court. The Raps are in Orlando to play the Magic. Tip-off set for 5:30. The Lakers clash with the Wizards. The Kings battle the Celtics. The Nuggets host the Clippers, and the Pistons are in Golden State. Local action in the BCHL. The Crusaders, they host Black Ball tonight at 7. And in the AJ, Devon, 18-10, or in Drayton Valley, host Bulls. Coming up in hour 4 of the Kevin Karius Show. Jesse Pierce will join us to talk a little Minnesota Wild ahead of the Oilers and Wild clash this weekend. I'm Donovan Paulson. That's Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Made for some rough roads, but it means trails are now packed and ready for action. Don't miss out on riding inventions this winter with a Ski-Doo from Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo. Work or play with new 2026 Generation 5 models with class-leading design and power. And right now, take advantage of 5.99% financing OAC. Only at Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo, 15 Inglewood Drive in St. Albert, and always at riversidehonda.com. Shop local, shop Canadian.
Wing Wednesday at First Round. Whether you're coming for the first round, the last round, or a few rounds in between, they've got you covered with half-price wings every Wednesday night. Half-price wings. Over 35 delicious flavors like Cajun salt and pepper, maple bacon, and Inferno wings. Now half price every Wednesday night. Wash them down with a cold pint of Canadian or Coors Light for only $5.75. Half price Wing Wednesdays at First Round in West Ed and now downtown. First Round, burgers, beer, sports.
When the ground freezes, you wonder how anything can get done. And instead of staying outside in temperatures that would make a polar bear cry, you head inside where it's toasty and warm. But that's not what GS Construction does. Because while the ground freezes above, we plan below, rebuilding and revitalizing the systems that keep our communities working year after year. Now, don't worry. GS Construction promises to do everything safely and efficiently, and we'll wear our extra warm clothing outside. For more on what we do, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Exciting news from St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. They have a great $9. That's right. Put yourself in a brand new Jeep Gladiator Sport for less than 50 grand. What more can you ask for? Time to head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Just think, Kevin Karius has been covering Edmonton sports since before TikTok, Twitter, texting, and the Titanic. We may have made that last one up. Check out Karius in the mornings on Sports 1440. Your game, your station.
Whoa, I gotta put some money on the game tonight. We hit our monthly budget. Whoa, how did you get in here? I'm you, the responsible you. We're right. We'll play another time. Sounds more like us.
If you gamble, use your game sense. Visit GameSenseAB.ca.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
Just after 10 o'clock, final hour of the Kevin Karius Show. Sports 1440. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin this morning. We'll be in next week as well as 2K enjoys a little Mexico vacation. Donovan Paulson in as well. We got Mackenzie on the ones and twos right now. Her final day on the morning show before she transitions down to the afternoon programming. Continue to get her reps in. Got Josh Fenwick keeping us on track on the stream. Watching on YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram, Twitch, however you're doing so. We appreciate you tuning in to the program this morning. Our text line, it's been jumping all morning long. Let's play catch up on as many as we can here. 1-833-401-1440. Starting with our most recent chat with Matt Devlin there. BC Oiler, I can't believe you didn't bring Josh in to see if Matt knows why Luka Doncic is so good at basketball. I'll be frank. It's a question that was on the tip of my tongue the whole time. I just be like, listen, Matt, I know that you are the Raptors guy, but obviously a lot of insight around the league. We talked about potential landing spots for Giannis Antetokounmpo. I just wanted to ask him, be like, Matt, break it down for me. Why is Luka Doncic so good? Josh, were you chomping at the bit to get in the mix there or what?
Oh,
were there any bases I didn't cover with Matt that you were like, wow, this guy doesn't know hoop?
No, I can't say that at all. Matt Devlin, very smart guy.
Oh, he's awesome.
Answered questions before I even thought of him. So
that's what I mean. Like I was about to follow up, be like, all right, so if Toronto's not a fit for Giannis, where does he go? Answer, like he's reading my mind.
Dude, he knows ball.
He knows ball. He is a certified ball knower.
But I did want to ask him, why is Scotty Barnes so good at basketball?
Why is Scotty Barnes so good at basketball? I thought he even answered that. Talked about playing all five positions, guarding all five positions.
Leading the league in stocks.
It's stocks?
Steals and blocks put together. Yeah.
This is like, is that going to become a baseball statistic, right? OPS. Now you have shocks.
Mm-hmm.
Stocks, not shocks. Well, that's a different stat. Shots plus blocks.
Oh, there we go.
Do you lead the league in shocks?
Good question for Evan Bouchard.
That is a good question for Evan Bouchard. My buddy Nails from down in Delburne. Why would the Sharks not have 71 out to start the overtime? He's the real thing. Fair question, Nails. It obviously looked like these Sharks, and this is another a strategy we've seen other teams use against the Oilers in extra time as well. You want to play defense for the first shift to try and, negate the McDavid-Draisaitl-Bouchard combo and then counter with your best attack once they make that change. Now, I'll give credit to the Sharks. They almost succeeded. In fact, they did succeed. The Oilers were in the process of making that first change. Hyman's on the ice. He'd already replaced Draisaitl. And Liljegren just with a very poor play, right? Like coming to the zone. It didn't have a ton of great options, but we've seen in overtime, like just pull up, just circle back, re-loop, do any number of things other than what he did was send a prayer pass aerially through the middle of the ice, glove down, cut off, 2-on-1 back the other way. And then in the defense of the odd man rush, yes, little bit of tweet, pass interference, offense, number 18, 10-yard penalty, replay, first down. But at the same time, toe picks after kind of bumping into Hyman, slides right into Askarov's lap, and then he's just standing there as the puck essentially goes in off of his hip. Really tough sequence for Tim Liljegren. But I would say, I mean, hey, Sharks, you just blew a 3-0 lead in one period, including 2 in the final 3.5 minutes of the hockey game. So it was not a pretty sequence for the Sharks, but your point still takes that like Macklin Celebrini, he's your best defensive forward too. So if you're going to go with 2 D-men, which they did off the hop, is Celebrini not the best other option in the chance that you do get a break up ice? You want a guy that can finish. I don't know. I'm not really on board with the teams going with the defense first mentality to start overtime. It's almost like, what do they say about prevent defense? It prevents you from winning. And it kind of did to the Sharks last night.
Unless, in my mind, unless you have a guy like Jacob Slavin, like one of those true lockdown defenders, and you make it to overtime, why are you doing that? Like, you're the Sharks. Your D pair that you're going to lock it down with includes Timothy Liljegren. Like, I'm sorry, no disrespect to turnover Timmy, but man, like, you can't have that as your strategy against the Oilers. Like, maybe if you got Slavin, maybe if you got a guy like Jonas Brodin, some of the premier shutdown defenders, but even then, it is just, you're either saying we want to force the shootout, that's our goal, or we just kind of hand the puck to McDavid and hope and pray.
Yeah.
It's a losing mentality.
It does. And this text kind of follows up on that from Sasha. Do you guys think the Sharks' strategy was just to survive OT and get to a shootout? Now, I think that's a possibility in their mind, right? But it's not like you roll out there for 5 minutes of 3-on-3 and just expect to play defense the whole time. That will not work. Now, you see teams essentially get hemmed in for 5 whole minutes and goalie makes good saves, offensive team doesn't execute on chance, whatever, right? It does happen, but to expect it to happen for your team is a asinine idea, especially against the Oilers. There is no way you're going to defend for 5 whole minutes and then get to a shootout where, hey, anybody's shot. It's a crapshoot, the shootout. So to give themselves a chance, they'd got a point, which is important. They're battling for a playoff spot still. Right? As much as we talk about the upstart Sharks and they're this, they're that, they're exceeding expectations, they're right in the mix for the playoffs. Give them a lot of credit in the process. But I do kind of think you got to be a little more forward thinking that, as you said, Donovan, like that's what you think is going to win you the hockey game, even if it's from a defensive perspective. Yeah, I don't know. And Sharks currently just 1 point back of Anaheim in the wild card race. So they're right there. They are absolutely right there. Awful lot. Sharks had won 9 overtimes games in a row up until last night. Well, yeah. Were any of those against the Oilers? Like, the Oilers, since 3-on-3 was introduced, have essentially possessed a cheat code. And that cheat code's name is Connor McDavid. Now, we've seen fluctuations in how much success they have, and at times they do get caught leaning a little too much to one end of the ice and fail to take into account what's behind them. Odd man rush the other way. It's the game of hockey. But the Sharks, who had also, prior to last night, I think won 11 straight games when leading after the first period. They also were a very good team when scoring first. The Oilers, as discussed earlier, are not a very good team so far this year when being scored on first. Trends get bucked. Now, question is asked, is this an aberration on those trends, or is it the start of a new one? Have the Oilers figured out how to play from behind a little bit better and not let early goals against completely sink them as a club? We don't know the answer to that until we see it in execution more. They don't want to play from behind, but when they do, can they set it aside, refocus, and get back to playing the game that makes them successful? Which for 20 minutes last night was not really to be found on the ice at Rogers Place.
Me and Walks talked about this a lot last night. Do you think the Sharks are a playoff team this year?
No, I don't.
They just, it's not their year yet. It's maybe one good off season away in my mind, but like that team showed a lot of inexperience last night in the way that they contained, or really they just sat back on their heels. They kind of gave the Oilers the open ice in the middle of the ice. Like they just kind of cratered. You watch the difference between that game and a game like the Jersey game or the Islanders game, where the Oilers have a lackluster first 40 minutes and then kind of turn it on in the third. A lot of that is the way that they defended and the way that the inexperience kind of shone through. In the Devils, like, they're not a great team, but they clogged the middle of the ice. They did a good job at limiting the Oilers out in front of the net. And then you watch, like, the Oilers didn't have a net front presence to save their lives in the first 40 minutes. And then everything, the way the Sharks kind of cratered and played on their heels, flipped pucks out to center ice, and we're just okay with that. That was an inexperienced team to me, and they really showed they're not quite there yet. Really exciting season, though, if you're a Sharks fan.
Very well put, Donovan. That, the third period, their inexperience was evident for sure. Jay and Victoria, maybe they're trying to save the kid, that being Celebrini. Another minus. I think he was out there for the last 2 goals. He was exhausted, maybe. Listen, they're pro athletes, but you get the little breather in overtime. I don't know if exhaustion played a role, but he was clearly bagged at the end of the game. He had a chance to make a play on a loose puck with the empty net in front of him, and just did not have anything left in the tank to outskate whatever Oilers player was, hip to hip with him at that point. Peels off for a change. We kind of know how the rest of the game played out. Oddball. He makes a little pun on the name of the San Jose goaltender, Askarov. Askarov, am I right? Now, good pun. Watching this guy play last night, Donovan, and I want to finish on this before we get to a Jesse Pierce here. I don't know if a goalie like that is a goalie coach coaching staff's biggest dream or worst nightmare, because the raw talent that he has is unbelievable. The save he made on Bouchard in overtime, a one-timer from like the top of the dots. He's standing on the goal line and just flips out he's a right-handed catcher, just flips out the right hand and just swats it away like it was nothing. Like, what a stop. And it was so nonchalant. Then you have the time where he gets a little creative, maybe Mike Smith-esque at times, coming out to play the puck, and he's stick handling it back between his own feet in the crease on the goal line. You kind of like, whoa, what's he doing? He is a little erratic. Weird game in the fact that, like, he seemed to not be able to catch anything.
It was so funny.
Everything was in and out of his glove. But like I said, the raw talent and ability is clearly there. And he played really well against the Oilers last year, too, before another kind of late collapse. Sharks lost that game in OT as well. So this is a former top pick. Predators, they hitch their wagon to Saros. They flip him, get some assets back. As a result, he wasn't happy about, looking like another year in Milwaukee in the minors. Former top prospect, took a big dip at times. A couple very subpar World Juniors tending goal for Russia. But I think he's right back there with, talk about a guy like Kosa, who hasn't really cut his teeth at the NHL level at a regular basis yet. Wallstad has certainly leapfrogged him. He's been excellent this year. But if you talk about kind of the group of burgeoning young goaltenders, I'm still confident putting Askarov in that camp.
In a weird way, people might not love this comparison, but he reminds me a lot of a guy, obviously different catching hand. He reminds me a lot of a Sergei Bobrovsky. The consistency isn't always there for a guy like Bobrovsky, and Askarov looks like a guy who's not always going to have that level of consistency. Like you saw the catching glove last night was just out to lunch at times. Like he couldn't catch a puck to save his life. But he looks like the type of guy where the Sharks are going to need to find the NHL version of Dan Campbell, because some of the gambles that Askarov does out there are just like you talked about, the stick handling the puck through his own crease. Like, that is terrifying.
I'm not sure I've ever seen that type of move before and from a goaltender in the modern NHL.
I never have either. And I was trying to think back if Mike Smith did something like that.
Mike Smith did a lot of crazy things with the puck. I don't recall him like pulling it back on his backhand with pretty good force, basically between his own feet.
Exactly.
And stopping it a half foot from above the goal line in his own crease, and then making the pass or clear up ice. It absolutely set me aback on watching on the TV.
Like, it was one thing Mike Smith toe dragging a guy behind the net, that's behind the net. It was fun. It was exciting. But to drag that thing out in front of the net is just, I mean, I would say personally idiotic. Like, that is something that I never want to see ever if I'm a coach.
Unnecessarily aggressive. How's that?
There you go. That's a great way of putting it.
A nicer way of putting it.
For Askarov, yeah, he's right in the mix for those younger guys. I don't know where I would rank him relative to a guy like Wallstedt, where you've seen Wallstedt sort of come back down to earth a little bit here after an incredible first month to the season. I like Askarov. I think he's going to be absolutely the goalie for the future for San Jose, and that team is going to be fantastic. They just, relative to, if you compare them to a team like Anaheim, they don't have that true horse yet. I think Dickinson becomes that horse
on the back end.
Yeah, but like they're clearly right now a little bit behind the curve defensively. They don't have the forward depth that a team like Anaheim does. Anaheim's, I think, going to be a playoff team, whereas San Jose, not as deep, not as many quality veterans.
Yeah,
they're just maybe a year away from being a playoff team.
Very fair, and I think I'd be inclined to agree with you. When we come back, we'll dip into our puck report, look ahead to tomorrow night's Oilers game. The Minnesota Wild are in town. Now, Oilers already 0-2 on the year against Minnie, and Jesse Pierce, one of our favorite recurring guests, she will join us to chat up the game and our puck report here on the Kevin Karius Show. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin this morning. We got Donovan Paulson, Josh Fenwick, and Mackenzie the intern all in studio as well. You can watch along. We're streaming YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Happy New Year. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for everything in 2025. With your help and your support, we fed almost 500 families. We donated to various charities in the Edmonton area, and we're going to do it again in 2026. Please stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
The job won't wait. Why should you? At AWS Welding Supplies and Repairs, conveniently located in Nisku, we've got everything you need to get it done. From product sales to servicing and calibrating machines, we're your one-stop shop. We're a proud, locally owned and operated business, committed to serving our community with a proven track record of customer service. Don't let a broken tool slow you down. We offer fast repairs and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
Hear ye, hear ye. Dragon fruit has returned to Booster Juice. Prepare thyself for the legendary alchemy of the Dragon Slayer smoothie, Pink Dragon Booster Mixer, and Dragon Booster Ball. Yeah? Does the dragon taste like chicken? Nay, Booster Juice uses only delicious tropical dragon fruit. No dragons are harmed. Get thee to Booster Juice before dragon fruit vanishes once more.
Booster Juice, Canadian-born, blending since 1999.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So, when you wake up to no heat,
call Legacy, call Legacy.
If you need it immediately with no overtime rates.
Call Legacy, call Legacy.
If you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC.
Call Legacy, call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Sports 1440.
All sports,
all day.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Thanks for listening to Edmonton's sports leader.
Welcome back into the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440, 10:22 here in the City of Champions. And time to get to our puck report. Brought to you by Fountain Tire. At Fountain Tire, we focus on one thing, your vehicle. Tires and wheels to oil changes and vehicle repairs, we have you covered. Visit FountainTire.com to book your appointment today as we welcome back in Jesse Pierce from NHL.com covering the Minnesota Wild. The Wild in town to take on the Oilers tomorrow night. Jesse, thanks as always for jumping back on the program. Appreciate your time this morning.
Absolutely. I love chatting with you guys and heading north up to Canada. Minnesota, Canada, kindred spirits, right? We love it. We love hockey, all of the above.
Very, very much so. And we always appreciate you having on and your insight on this team that is turning a lot of heads this year. And of course, they've already beat the Oilers twice, including that 1-0 win back in December, early December, that is. The Wild continue to plug along. The Central Division is still as tough as ever, even with Colorado coming back down to earth a little bit. But just in, we're talking a month plus since these two teams last met each other. What have you made of the Wild here since they last met December the 20th?
They're finding ways to win. You go back to even last night or 2 nights ago when they hosted the Chicago Blackhawks, and there's a come from behind win to score 3 goals. You guys know something about that, doing that last night yourselves, right? Erasing those deficits. Last night, they fall behind early to Calgary. Jump out to an early lead, let Calgary kind of come in. It wasn't an exciting game.
No.
Games are blending together here, right? Like we're getting close to the Olympic break. That's all.
We're a lot of people, just like the players, maybe already looking forward to time off.
Yes, I swear I was there. I watched the game. Minnesota was winning the entire time. But no, that was, as John Hines said post-game last night against the Flames, they're not all going to be Picassos. And Minnesota hasn't necessarily been playing pretty hockey. They haven't been getting this huge offensive surge as we had maybe seen, especially in the months of November and December. But they're still finding those ways to win. Last night, Philip Gustafsson helped them win. The night before, it was Jesper Velstead helping them win despite a rough first period for him. So they have all the pieces in place. They've got Quinn Hughes. I need to remind everybody that Quinn Hughes is a member of the Minnesota Wild, because the more I say it, the more I truly believe it. Like, wow, he actually is here. That's been huge. And Kirill Kaprizov kind of got out of his scoring slump. So still a fun team to watch. It's going to be an interesting one, though, in Saturday, because it's an odd one-off for Minnesota, too, before they come back home and wrap up another one here before the break.
Yeah, I watched the first half of that game last night, and once the Vancouver-Anaheim game started, I'll just say this: I wasn't too sad about flipping over to check out something else. Now, I didn't pick much of a better game, admittedly, but yeah, a little slow moving for that contest between the Wild and Flames, but a win is a win all the same. As Jesse Pierce from NHL.com, guest with us here, covers the Minnesota Wild down south of the border. Jesse, Bill Guerin kind of put his chips into the middle of the table here with his acquisition of Quinn Hughes. Now, has there been any, talk of what an extension is going to look like for this guy? Is it still wait and see mode? Where are we at with the future of Quinn Hughes? Because his impact on the team has been, paramount and forefront here since coming over from Vancouver.
It's been huge. I mean, I think everybody around the league, as fans of hockey, we know how good Quinn Hughes is, right? Like you'd saw him a couple times when you'd face Vancouver. Yeah. You'd see him sometimes on an international stage and what have you. But I catch myself just watching the way he escapes and the edge work and the way that he moves so effortlessly. And he does it. I saw a stat this morning that he's leading in ice time again with, 27 minutes a night, which is incredible. As far as talks of extension go publicly, of course, they're not going to say anything, right? Like Bill Guerin, even at the press conference when Quinn Hughes was traded for, said, there's been no guarantees. There's no promises. Bill was going to make the move regardless of what Quinn wants to do. But Quinn Hughes said the other night after a game that I've never had this many opportunities in my entire life. And I don't think he meant it necessarily as a jab at Vancouver, but his play is being so complimented here. I mean, he's got a point streak right now with, I think, 8 assists and a goal. And I mean, he's finding new opportunity being a member of the Minnesota Wild. So for him as a hockey player, that's got to be very appetizing as well. Not to mention they have a lot of really good foundational pieces. You've got Kirill Kaprizov, you've got Matt Boldy, Quinn Hughes' D partner in Brock Faber has been really good. So, I mean, if you can make a good run for the cup as well, if you're Quinn Hughes, why wouldn't you want to stay in Minnesota and then continue to build that relationship here? So fingers crossed. I'm sure, some conversations are being had, but I think what's going to be really telling is how the Minnesota Wild finish out this year with Quinn.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, and should clarify as well for listeners. Obviously, like you said, not publicly anything because ineligible for an extension does not come until summertime. But as you sort of alluded to, maybe some behind the scenes chats about how he's feeling about this fit in Minnesota and if it could be a long-term solution for them. Jesse Pierce, NHL.com, with us here talking Minnesota Wild ahead of tomorrow night's game here in Edmonton. Now, Jesse, when I look at this Wild team, the acquisition of Hughes, obviously a big one. It makes them immediately a better team. But they did give up some decent pieces going back the other way, one of those being Marco Rossi. Now, I look at this Wild team, and if I'm trying to peg them as a legitimate cup contender, or maybe where they are lacking a little bit, it is still down the middle. You've got Joel Eriksson-Ek, who's one of the most underrated guys, an elite defensive player, chips in offensively. But is what they currently have at center enough, in your opinion here? Or do you think Bill Guerin might not be done making moves yet before the deadline?
You know, Billy kind of told us after getting Quinn, I'm not done. You definitely got that sense. You got that vibe. I have been begging for a number one center for this team since they've come into existence, which they're celebrating 25 years. So don't do the math on my age, please. But that being said, it's been a long time coming. And we recognize they're very hard to come by, right? Joel Eriksson-Ek is a very, very good centerman. And you know how important he is to this Minnesota Wild roster. He's not a 1C, though. I mean, you are missing that piece. You are missing that depth. You had mentioned getting rid of Marco Rossi, who was coming off a great year last year. And Minnesota is one of those teams that struggles so mightily on faceoffs. They went out and got Nico Sturm, and he's that fourth line guy who can win those important draws, which has been great. They still need somebody. So I would be more shocked if Bill Guerin didn't bring in a guy right now. The caveat being he doesn't have a whole lot of prospects. He gave up a bunch with the David Jiricek, and then obviously with Quinn Hughes, there's not a lot there left, but there still is something that he could do. And I think Bill Guerin recognizes that, as does the team, that in order for them to beat a Colorado or even to get out of that first round, which is likely going to be the Dallas Stars, you need that final piece. You need that center. At first, I thought maybe I'd be okay with a scoring winger just to add to it, but no, I need a center. Billy, just do it for all of us here in Minnesota. I mean, that's the piece the team needs.
And you talk about potentially a scoring winger. One of those scoring wingers that has been floated as maybe an option for Minnesota is the looming Artemi Panarin situation in New York and the Rangers. Now, a name of this caliber is obviously a pretty good one, because even as he gets a little bit older and then on the final however many years of his career, he's still an exceptional offensive player and can bring a lot to any team looking to make a playoff push, playoff run. In a world that they could find a way to add Panarin, they would need some cap gymnastics. What the return looks like, who knows at this point, because he wants an extension to go with it. Would you welcome that as someone that's watching this team night in and night out? I know you just said you don't want to score in winger, you want a center, but as someone of Panarin's caliber, change that conversation at all for you, Jesse?
I mean, part of you sounds crazy to say no, right? Because it is Artemi Panarin, a guy that can find the back of the net. And sometimes the scoring depth on the Minnesota Wild can struggle a little bit. Suffice to say, though, I don't think so. I know that was a guy that's name had been floated around even before the Rangers have fallen apart yet again. But I know, right? How many letters do we have to write in order for Rangers to really figure their situation out? But I don't know that that's a name that's of strong interest. I think Bill Guerin is going to obviously focus on that middle, but Vincent Trocheck is a name from the Rangers that has been even more heavily related. Obviously, Bill Guerin as general manager of Team USA, Trocheck playing a role there. And I think he would fit in slightly better with the Minnesota roster as it sits than a Panarin. Now, again, Panarin's caliber and what he brings, it'd be hard to say no if you could make it work. But I think Trocheck is more affordable and could suit the Wild better in some of their needs long-term.
And yeah, clearly a player that, like you said, Guerin being the GM of Team USA and took a little bit of heat for the addition of a guy like Trocheck based on the season he's having. But the history's there. You can maybe chalk up this year to being just another casualty of how the Rangers have been as a team, as an organization, which, as you said, has been less than stellar so far this season, and looking to sell off some things as we approach the trade deadline. Jesse, the goaltending tandem, it's been dynamite all year. We saw Jesper Wallstedt light the league ablaze back in the fall. Now Philip Gustafsson is still the team's number one, and it is playing very well, earning the right to do so. But like the rest of this way, do you think they're comfortable with going a pretty 1-1A type situation to keep both guys healthy, rested, and at the top of their games? Or do you see any leaning towards Gustafsson maybe getting a few more reps post-Olympic break?
There was a long stretch there where John Hines was completely alternating every other night, regardless of how teams played, right? Jesper gets a shutout. That's fine. They go to Philip Gustafsson the next night. He gets a shutout the next night. I mean, there was a time when that was kind of an every other night situation for these two. I think as of late, you're seeing Gustafsson maybe get that nod a little bit more, not to discredit what Wallstedt has done and what he's kind of work through, because last year was terrible. It was an awful, awful season for Jesper, and for him to rebound the way he has this year is just incredible to watch, and a testament to the focus that he put in. So I think they're going to probably continue to rotate fairly evenly, just not as alternate as they may have been, just because Philip Gustafsson, I think, will be your starter come playoff time. That's the guy that you're probably going to look to. And it's a great situation that Minnesota has put themselves in to have that goaltending tandem that they do. Now, that also lends itself to possible trade speculation, right? Like, what do you do with Jesper when you could, move him? That's your most valuable piece. And it's an idea you have to entertain, because he is going to yield a huge return from teams that would love to have this 23-year-old goalie who, could be a future for a goaltending situation for any team.
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com, covering the Minnesota Wild, our guest here on the Kevin Karius Show. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin this morning. Yeah, that's such an interesting notion, Jesse, and we actually talked about it here on the program earlier this week with when Kevin, before he left for holiday, and then our Wednesday co-host is David Schlemko, the former NHLer. And Schlemmer, he kind of got to the point where when you size up what Wallstat has accomplished already and the pedigree, the outlook for him, he's kind of saying, like, understanding the situation around Gustafsson, his contract and all these things, he's like, I think I'd rather trade Gustafsson in a potential trade to land this top line center or other reinforcements for the team. Not sure that actually probably will happen, but it's impressive, as you said, the situation Minnie has put themselves in, that is even a conversation to broach at this point of the year.
I hate to say this to the Edmonton fan base, but it isn't illegal to have two really good goaltenders either, right? Like, that's a very nice thing. I'm sorry. I love you guys. No, and it's funny because a month or two ago, when I had first even broached the idea, like, you've got two good goalies, maybe you move one. Gustafsson would have been the guy that I would have thought too, but with them signing that 5-year, and then he's locked in with the no move as well, your hands are kind of tied. And, on the flip side too, with Jesper, does Jesper want to wait behind him for another 5 years? They drafted Jesper in the first round, and they dubbed him the Wall of St. Paul, which is a fantastic nickname. I want to keep him for that alone. But again, it's the movable piece. It's similar to the Marco Rossi situation. Like, I want the value. It's not that you don't like these young guys or they're not going to get the opportunity, but they will yield you such a return. And I think Jesper is going to do that. Now, Gus, I'm sure, would too, but their hands are it's too strapped with that no move locked in. So I think Jesper would be the guy that they look at.
Now, Jesse, one of the last things I want to touch on with here, Jonas Brodin, brutal spot for him, obviously going down to injury. Not only a big part of this Minnesota back end, but was slated to head over to Italy to participate in the Olympics for Sweden. I don't know if you've had a chance to chat with him personally or just in the general scrums and stuff, but where is he at on a personal level, trying to deal with this, which is such an unfortunate setback?
Yeah, we've spoken to John Hines and some of his teammates. Jonas did decide to have surgery, and he decided to have the surgery now so he could return for the Minnesota Wild. So it was a big decision, a very unselfish decision on his part to look, to his actual employer versus going to play for Sweden, which would have been such an honor. I mean, Rhodes has represented Sweden on so many different levels, but to get to that Olympic iteration would have been huge. So understandably, according to his teammates, he's disappointed, right? But he gets it. It's a situation that he has to deal with. And the unfortunate circumstance around Jonas Brodin is it has been quite a few seasons since he has played a full regular season too. So it's just, he's been knocked down by injury time and time again, which is extra unfortunate because when he's on, he is so good. Again, you talk about skating and elite skating. Jonas Brodin does that. The way that he can cycle and get those zone entries is phenomenal. So very, very unfortunate. You feel for him. You really do. But you also have to admire and be so excited that this is a guy that's making this commitment now so he can return and be a participant in the regular season and through the playoffs, because the Minnesota Wild need him for sure.
And then lastly, with sticking with the Olympic talk, if you were Mike Sullivan and the coaching staff, would you be rolling out this ready-made pair of Brock Faber and Quinn Hughes, or are you defaulting back to the pairing that was so effective at the Four Nations face-off and Brock Faber skating alongside Jacob Slavin?
I love Faber and Slavin. Not that I don't like Hughes and Faber right now, and obviously it's biased because we are seeing that night and night again, but I would put Faber back with Slavin. I think you could put Quinn Hughes kind of anywhere, and he is going to be just fine, but I think Faber and Slavin had that chemistry. But it wouldn't surprise me if you try Hughes and Faber to start and then say, let's rotate it up. I'm excited. The Olympics are going to be good. I'm looking for just a good winter games. I cannot wait.
And Jesse, Patrick, on the note of the Americans, and of course you coming from south of the 49th parallel, Patrick Kane became the nation's all-time leading scorer last night, suiting up for the Red Wings. Now, Detroit, the Red Wings, a little bit of geographic rivals for Minnesota, even though they're playing in the Eastern Conference these days. But Mike Modano, is the guy he passed from Michigan himself, finished his career wearing the Red Wing sweater. Where do you stack up your all-time greats wearing the red, white, and blue at the NHL level, international, everything kind of rolled in?
Minnesota has such an animosity toward Patrick Kane. I think one time the Wikipedia page for Patrick Kane actually was changed and it said he was the owner of the Minnesota Wild. So that has happened. There's a bunch of animosity, but I love it. Mike Modano is always going to be up there. Minnesota North Stars, right? There's that absolute affection for him. I would say Zach Parise, but again, that's a Minnesota bias thing for me as well. And then Patrick Kane too. It's what an honor. The Detroit Red Wings were in town the other night. I saw him and Mike actually chatting in the hallways of Grand Casino Arena too. And just really good for him. Really good to see him research. And the Detroit Red Wings, man, what a team to watch now too. They're a lot of fun, very quick, kind of nice to see them figure some things out as well.
Jesse, always great catching up with you. Enjoy the game tomorrow night. I want to end with you on this. The Minnesota Vikings. I know you're a big fan. You do a little coverage on the team there as well. Bit of a rough season. Looked much better in the second half, mind you. But are Vikings fans and all of those in Minnesota rooting for or against Sam Darnold with the Seattle Seahawks next Sunday in Santa Clara?
I think you're rooting for him. It's funny. You wanted the tale of two quarterbacks because the Minnesota Vikings wanted to move up and get Drake May, and they couldn't. And then they let Sam Darnold walk. Great for Sam Darnold. Unfortunate. I think Jake Middleton's pass to Vinny Hinostroza was better than JJ McCarthy all season last year. So that's unfortunate. New season next year. We'll see. Go Sam Darnold and the Seahawks, though.
I'm not ready to fully sell out on JJ McCarthy just yet.
Really?
The rest of the roster there in Minnesota is good enough.
Yeah,
I'm a believer. Our Friday co-host, he takes off at 9:00, but Eddie Steele, former CFLer, he's a Vikings diehard.
Yeah,
you gotta believe, I guess. But we'll see. Already, the end of another NFL season. Looking forward to the next one with plenty of hockey still to come in between. Jesse, thanks as always. Have a great weekend, and we'll look forward to catching up again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks so much.
Jesse Pierce, NHL.com, covers the Minnesota Wild down in the state of hockey, and that is our Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. At Fountain Tire, we worry about one thing, and that is your vehicle tires, wheels, oil changes, vehicle repairs. We've got you covered. Visit fountaintire.com to book your appointment today. When we come back, we will wrap up the program. We'll check in with the crew, see what's maybe cooking here over the weekend for Josh, Donnie, Mackenzie, and have a little bit more of a look ahead to tomorrow night's Oilers and Wild game from Rogers Place. Brandon Douglas sitting in for Kevin this morning on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Weekly NFL giveaways, drink specials, huge screen TVs. The hits keep coming at First Round, Edmonton's NFL headquarters. Watch NFL football at First Round, and you could win a trip to your favorite NFL city for a regular season game next season. Catch NFL action Thursday nights, all day Sunday, starting with the Pro Bowl brunch from 10:30 to 2. Then Monday night with half-price boneless wings after 6 p.m. First Round, burgers, beer, sports. Downtown and Bourbon Street, West Edmonton Mall.
Your Prospects Hockey League's fourth season is underway. The JPHL offers elite athletic and academic opportunities across multiple AAA divisions. With over 55 teams, the JPHL is redefining the family experience by making elite hockey financially accessible. All games are broadcast live on Silent Ice TV, featuring a showcase-style schedule and competitive matchups. Learn why the JPHL is Western Canada's fastest-growing elite hockey development stream at juniorprospectshockeyleague.com.
New Year's resolutions. We all make them. We all say we're going to start eating healthier or going to the gym or starting that new hobby. But at GS Construction, we actually follow through on our New Year's resolution because it's the same every year. We promise to set the groundwork, literally, for another year of progress and growth. And we've stuck by that resolution since 1974. So start that all-you-can-eat diet. GS Construction is going to start planning right now for the year ahead. For more on what we do, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Every lunchtime, hang with Low Tide. Weekdays from noon to 2 on Sports 1440. Low Tide and Declan Kruger gives you the deep dives, sharp analysis, And Edmonton Sports Talk, done right. Your game, your station, Sports 1440.
Winter in Alberta doesn't mess around.
And neither does Titan Supply.
For over 50 years, we've earned the trust of our customers across a variety of industries.
Because we lead with integrity,
honesty,
and respect.
I'm Joe.
And I'm Brent from Titan Supply. When the weather hits hard,
we're fully stocked with rigging, lifting, and hauling gear that works as hard as you do.
Titan Supply.
Built on trust, driven by safety.
Serving Edmonton, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Calgary.
Let us help you face the weather the Titan way.
Visit titansupply.ca.
We're Johnson, whoa.
That, my friends, is more than a jingle. It's the sound of local, the sound of a family company that isn't owned by some big corporation. Hi, it's Dennis from Weiss Johnson, and I'm proud of our commitment to remain local, providing personalized sales and service whenever you need us. Some people say, go big or go home. Not us. We'd rather keep on doing what we're doing, focused on what matters most. You, our valued customers. See what our family can do for your family at weiss-johnson.com.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
Home stretch. Welcome back to the Kevin Karius Show. Sports 1440, Brandon Douglas. And for Kevin this morning, we'll also be in each day next week when we reconvene for the final couple games of the Oilers' pre-Olympic schedule. Maple Leafs and Calgary Flames are the opponents. We got the Wild in town tomorrow night. Should be a little bit of an exciting finish here. Now, two games you look at and say those should be wins in Toronto and Calgary. Two teams that are pretty bad and playing bad to boot. But the Wild do definitely pose a challenge for the Oilers tomorrow night if they want to, as Donovan predicts, extend this win streak right through to the Olympic break. Donovan, earlier in the show for In or Out, you talked about Patrick Kane, who became the all-time leading scorer for a U.S.-born player. Did so last night against the Capitals. As a member of the Detroit Red Wings. And your question or topic was about where he finishes in the all-time scoring race. Now, these are some great counterpoints by both Beerman and Jordan. Connor would pass him anyway by then, so he can be no better than 12. Easy out. It's a fair point.
It is a very fair point.
Beerman, you have to consider for him to get to, quote, 11, it won't be 11. Because guys like McDavid and other current players will pass him. Very well put. And this is actually my favorite from Montana to Rice. As we broke down that question and kind of got to the end of it, is Donovan out on his own question? Because you kind of turned a little bit. You're just like, maybe I was a little over my skis on this estimation. And how many points can Patrick Kane put up in his final X number of years in the NHL?
I maybe was a little overzealous there, but we were, in my defense, this was a kind of, how would I say, half-cocked list this morning where we were coming in and we were just doing the best with what we could do, which was a little tired, little exhaustion.
Yes.
And buddy, this nap is looking real good right now.
I will defend you as someone that is normally sitting where you're sitting and doing that gig over the course of this 4-hour morning show. The Monday and Friday in or outs, you need to have them ready like at least an hour before any other day. So that's tough. And the fact that you have to do that in the wee hours of the morning. By wee hours, I mean between 7 and 8:30, which for Donovan, hey, that is the wee hours of the morning.
Especially coming off post.
Were you aware, Donovan, that the sun isn't up at this time of year?
I wasn't. No.
You get up, you're like, oh my God, where's the sun? Don't worry, Donovan. It does still rise. Just and hey, getting longer and longer by the day. By the day. There's a positive spin. Plus, the weather's great right now, man. Beautiful temperatures expected above zero over the weekend here. High at 2 today. I think there is a little precipitation potentially expected in the forecast. I don't know what these temps, if it's going to come down as rain, sleet, really weird, heavy snow. Cross that bridge when we come to it. But should the road conditions change and devolve as a result, I want to remind everybody, take it easy out there. Get the headlights on, taillights on. Make sure everybody can in fact get where they are going here over what's supposed to be a beautiful weekend in and around the capital region. Red texted in. This is a great guest. I think that was in reference to Jesse Pierce talking about the Wild. A couple shots by Jesse at the Oilers, talking about the goaltending situation. Did give them credit for their comeback win last night. I imagine she was probably watching that while or tabs on that while the Flames and Wild were playing in Minnesota. Flyer fan says, what happened to the station? What do you mean, like, has it gone to crap because I'm hosting? Ooh. Sorry, Flyer fan. I believe we're still on air. No one else is texting and saying we're not on air.
We have some breaking news, Duke.
Oh, boy.
The Minnesota Vikings have just parted way with GM Kwesi.
Oh, boy. Do it. Say it.
I'm not even going to bother this morning. I'm not even going to bother.
I love how you bring up the breaking news, and good. That's good because I would not have been aware of it in real time. But you do so at the cost of not knowing how to pronounce this guy's name. And in your defense, it is not an easy name to pronounce.
Well, are you ready to hear it?
Yeah.
Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah.
But I think it's Adolfo-Mensah.
Adolfo-Mensah.
That is, yeah.
Wow.
We were reading it from the page. He Googled Vikings GM pronunciation.
Okay. That is pretty shocking. Man, just a couple minutes late. Jesse probably got off the call just to that exact same news.
Yeah, wild turn of events here. That's
now here's the question. Is this a result of the team's essentially decision to go with JJ McCarthy over Sam Darnold? Like, is that a factor here? The Vikings had a disappointing year, but they're one season removed from winning 14 games. The rest of the roster is still largely intact. You have Justin Jefferson. Now, if Jordan Addison can stay out of the backseat of a cop car, he's one of the best WR2s across the entire NFL. They seem to like Jordan Mason as the new main guy in the backfield. O-line solid. Defense is rock solid with Brian Flores looking like he's probably going to stick around. And Kevin O'Connell, for my money, is still one of the best coaches in the NFL, and especially offensive guys. So we've seen several teams this year keep the GM in place, maybe rubbing elbows with the owners to sway opinions, that being in New York in particular with Joe Shane after firing Dable. But the Vikings go the other route, and they were like, hey, we know what we got in Kevin O'Connell. We're not making any changes there. But Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, we've had enough. He's built a really good team down there. But what do you need to have success? You need a good quarterback. And I just said to Jesse, I'm not ready to bury JJ McCarthy, but I do think the decision to draft him where they did and then turn the reins over to him essentially with no safety blanket, coming off of knee surgery to boot, I thought that was a little short-sighted.
They've missed on a shocking amount of picks, though. I think that has something to do with it, as well as probably Sam Darnold
you got a
to
list
the Super
there?
Bowl. Well, I don't have the exact list in front of me right now, second, but I know for a fact, like they've hit on their firsts, but after their first, it's a shocking list of just bust after bust after bust.
I was just about to say one pick they did not miss on was after the Eagles took Jalen Reagor, and I don't even know if Adolfo-Mensah was the GM at that time, but because it was a Zoom draft, was it not? The shot of those guys in their war room being like, oh my God, they just left Jefferson on the board. They could not sprint to the podium fast enough to make that choice. And all the power to him. It's one of the very best the league has to offer, even in a down year. Even in a down year. Good teammate, didn't complain publicly, despite the frustrations with the quarterback play, whether it was Brosmer, whether it was McCarthy, whether it was someone else. And I have some more breaking news for you. Just need to open my phone so I can read it properly. The Edmonton Elks have released quarterback Trey Ford. Canadian quarterback scored 33 total touchdowns over 4 seasons in Edmonton. Talked about it with Eddie before he took off. Bonus was due. They've committed to Fajardo. It seemed like the track was coming to an end for Trey Ford's time in Edmonton. Now, does he land somewhere else? Are there many other starting jobs up for grabs across the CFL? I think not. I think the other teams all seem to be pretty content with where they're at in that respect. If he were to go somewhere else, it would be as a backup and the chance to earn some playing time and maybe be a future option for that respective team. But yeah, Trey Ford released by the Elks. I don't think this is very surprising. Maybe they were engaged in trade interest elsewhere, but teams kind of recognizing even if they're interested, we don't want that money on the books. Just wait, take our chances at signing him rather than give up an asset, even if it's a nothing burger, but take on the money to bring him in. We've had a fun morning, a very good show. All our great guests, which I'll run down in a moment. But just as we finish, I did want to, on a personal note, earlier this morning, my grandfather, Jimmy Douglas, passed away in Innisfail. 99 years old. An unbelievable life that he lived. You talk about experiencing changes across the world. Born in the 20s, living through the Depression, all the changes that we've seen across the world. Absolutely incredible. A man that prided himself on hard work and, not putting anything really in front of the task at hand, essentially, is the best way I could put it. He loved listening to the show on the radio, loved music, dancing, and he will be greatly missed. My thoughts, of course, with the rest of my family, my dad, his siblings, and not to mention the extended family. Touched a lot of people, as one would expect, over the course of 99 years, an active member of the community and a lifetime farmer, a man of great character and hard work. Thank you all very much for tuning in to the program this morning. Huge thank you to all of our guests. DVD getting them nice and early. Spec, of course. Kelsey Mitchell, wishing her all the best as she heads over to Italy for the Winter Games, the 14th Canadian that will participate in both the Canadian and Winter Olympics. Russ Howard in Mississauga, Scotty's Tournament of Hearts, playoff action beginning here at 11 o'clock. And Matt Devlin, Toronto Raptors play-by-play man. We rounded out the show with Jesse Pierce from NHL.com, teeing up tomorrow's Minnesota and Edmonton game. Top of the hour, it's Fantasy Frenzy with Connor Halley, myself, Josh McKenzie. I don't know if Donnie's going to stick around or he's already got his eyes on that nap to catch up on. Lowdown with Low Tide, noon to 2, and then the Jason Greger Show, taking you home, heading into the weekend, 2 to 6. For everyone in studio, it's been a pleasure sitting in with Kevin. I'll be back next week, beginning Monday morning at 7 a.m. with Eddie Steele. Thanks very much for tuning into the program. Let's wrap up the show with a Sports 1440 update brought to you by First Round. Hey, the big game's right around the corner, and they're hosting a party. You want to get some tickets to it. You can win tables on this program next week. We're down to our final couple to give away, so stay tuned for that. First Round, your NFL headquarters. Here is Donovan Paulson.
The Sports 1440 update.
Only one game on your NHL slate tonight. The Hawks, they host the Blue Jackets. Puck drop going just after 6:30 on the hard court. The Raps are in Orlando to play the Magic. Tip-off set for 5:30. The Lakers clash with the Wizards. The Kings battle the Celtics. The Nuggets host the Clippers. And the Pistons are in Golden State. Some local action in the BCHL. The Crusaders, they host Black Falls tonight at 7. In the AJ, Devon is in Canmore, and Drayton Valley host Old. Some NFL offseason news. The Minnesota Vikings have fired GM Kwesi Adolfo-Minso after his long tenure. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Donovan Paulson. That's your Sports 1440 update.
You know, this year I can't decide what to work on for my New Year's resolution. See my confidence, my appearance, or my general happiness.